just put another one up. I just did what you said, Bobby. So my initial tweet was, Vic, I said your name, do I get a spanking? And I've just said whoever you are, LOL.
Did any of you guys see the 3 bikes? Well, the 2 bikes and the quad bike?
No.
They came down just before you, and they sat at the top there, right where your truck is, revving their engines and trying to intimidate us. And then my favourite friend, Seagull, appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was getting shot on his face. We and Rafa chase Bigfoot.
I love Bigfoot. I love them all. I think they're brilliant.
Rafa shot him in the back of the head.
Oh no!
I shot the seagull multiple times, but somehow it was still flying.
I thought you was meant to shoot it.
Did you see the rat?
Buster.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. It's Tuesday, Logic night. I haven't really got a clue what we're going to do tonight, other than I've been asked to try and explain some of the things that we've been talking about within logic. And I'm studying at the minute. I always have been, so ever since I came around, was to study about interaction with people. I was I was a normal person before. I wasn't used to speaking publicly. It's changed a bit now. But in what we do and what we have been doing is we've been developing our thing. We do what we do. And as in doing that, we develop a language. I think it was said quite a long time ago by Cleary that we literally speak a different language now. And the new language is obviously developed some new words and new ideas as to how to use those thought processes, really, with logic. Logic has helped us develop this new method of talking, which obviously is sort of, I don't know, helping us, or maybe, well, I think it's showing us who it's worth talking to. And seeing as I don't want to miss it, House and Wise has put paralogism is either fallacy if unintentional, or sophism if intended to deceive. It is under the latter aspect particularly that Aristotle considers false reasoning. Charles S. Peirce, 1886. Always that number. False reasoning is it's hard to sort of explain, because throughout this conversation I've heard a lot of people say, a lot of kids say it as well, I mean, by your logic that means, and then and that sort of implies that other people have different logics. And I don't think that's what they actually mean, but it has developed this idea that everybody can have their own logic. Maybe a social thing of nowadays. But
it's their own logic and their own truth, right?
I think so, yeah. I mean, that's what
we've come to today.
The paralogisms that people are talking about nowadays, I think, although it's a new word to everybody, right? So everybody's going to make up their own idea of what it means, whether you look into it or not. Now, like that Charles Peirce one there that said it could be sophism or fallacious. Well, I don't think so. I think if it's sophism, then you know the truth value behind it, and you are deceitfully trying to oppose that view on somebody else when you know the truth value. So a paralogism to me is purely bad logic. It's like you've come to fallacious reasoning at the end, and you can get there multiple different ways. And that is a paralogism. Once you've come to that conclusion and you have accepted it, like Buster says, once you've accepted a truth, which is a fallacious truth, but you've accepted it, that is your truth. And that's, to me, that's what a paralogism is. And what I'm finding is, once you find a particular paralogism, right, because there are obviously different methods or different ways that you can end up at a fallacious reasoning, but the one that I find is like a magic trick is the one that the truth of whatever they feel is already just placed there. And when asked, how do they get there? There's nothing, literally nothing there for you to build anything on, for you to have arrived at this conclusion of this paralogism. It's like we've said it all along. When we did imaginometry, axiom 1 is the globe. It's a globe. It has to be, right? And that is the paralogism that you're looking for. You ask people how they know it's a globe, and there's nothing. There's nothing behind it. It's the same as when you ask somebody about what is straight.
Yeah, I think those are fallacies, right? I mean, I think we're going to get into this a little bit. I think you're right. Those people that would say that, or there's lots of things that people say, right? This has always been the way it is. This is how it's been done. This is what I learned. It has to be that way. Those kinds of phrases, I think, are all paralogisms. I think the sophists are a little bit different. It is that truth value. It's not like, well, it has to be because it has to be, right? I mean, there's that kind of shoulder shrug sort of feeling to it versus knowing a truth value and for whatever reason not being okay with it, not being okay with the truth value for whatever the reason might be. And then that's when I think you become a sophist. But I think Aristotle struggled with this as well, as I'm reading this stuff through Aristotle. And, we'll get into this more as we go through the weeks and months with Raven and I. But it's amazing that this is literally thousands of year old discussion you're having right now.
Yeah. It's like that Pierce. I'm pretty sure we've heard of that name before. And it'll probably come up quite a lot, and particularly at those dates and that time.
Yeah, but it's interesting though, right? That I think I don't know if it's Pierce or Peirce, but it's interesting that he seems at the end he seems to conflate false reasoning with sophists. But there's an intent behind sophists, and he says that himself, right? In what Hex put out there, it's if intended to deceive, it's sophism. But then saying it's fallacious reasoning. Well, I think an honest person can have fallacious reasoning, don't you?
Yeah.
But a sophist, I don't think can. I think a sophist is purposely set on deceiving people.
Yeah, it's based on that truth value.
Trick. Yeah.
Right? Or the sophist at least thinks that he knows a truth value, because the sophist's intent is to deceive and steer you away from what they know as a truth, to intentionally give you the false in multiple different ways, right? Sophism is to, the intent of a sophist is to win an argument by any means necessary.
Well, I would say what happened yesterday was sophism. Would be my take on it. The first of the show with the big E, little E. I would say that.
Yeah.
Sophistry not at its best, but in a pretty clear form.
Yeah, but with the intent to show the difference between sophistry and paralogists or paralogisms, where it's just faulty reasoning. And then because you've given it, like, I don't know, I think you explained this very well, Buster. Once you've assigned a truth value to something, it doesn't matter whether it's faulty reasoning or whatever, you personally have assigned that truth to that thing. It's hard to get rid of that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just information you've accepted as true. And then once you've accepted that, that's basically how you build your framework.
And if that is built on a paralogism, right? It's just built on faulty reasoning.
Yeah, I would say one for me that's a good paralogism is, I won't mention any names, but changing to a straight line on a curve. I'd say that's... pretty clear paralogism. Yeah, however you say it. Paralogism.
Yeah, there is many, and you do see more and more of them within the non-arguments that we see. Because quite a lot of times, people's paralogisms are based around some sort of a statement that they think has a proof or, like a truth value to it. But it has a nonsensical meaning. It doesn't establish anything. And I'm finding more and more of those because I don't know, it's hard to be able to talk about them when the person you're talking to has a paralogism there, because I've called this one Paralogism Blindness. I think what occurs is once you have a paralogism and you've assigned, like Bruster says, you've made sense of the knowledge, right? The trusted information has been given to you mainly without reasoning behind it, and there's no understanding of how you come to that. It's the words of the shadow giants wrote down in a book. Like, you don't need to do it. They've already done it. What did they do? I don't know. They just did it. So just accept it. You accept that. Then somebody asks you, how do you know that? And sometimes it doesn't sound good enough. I read it in a book. So therefore you have to build a framework of something around that, the words of the shadow giant. Like, you build that, you make that yourself. I think that's the main paralogism we face, is that people make up, they hear these words of shadow giants and they make up their own understanding, and their own understanding is they come to the same conclusion. They've just worked it backwards. They start off with something and then come to their own reasoning to end up at that. And people can't see it, I don't think. The bit we're going to get into now, the trivium starts. We're building up to it. Words and understanding and how we can communicate with each other. Well, the only reason you can find out about these paralogisms is to have a group of people that you trust, or not trust, but you can be open with in a discussion, and hope that they will be open to you as well. Definitely not cult-like behaviour. This is every individual acting as an individual and helping each other spot things within them and being open enough to discuss it. I think you end up at paralogisms, and you end up with that paralogism blindness when you do it on your own. Because,
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say I agree with that, but there comes some kind of fine line, right? Yeah, I agree that unless you have people to talk things through with, it can get really sketchy. But Peacock Pat brings up a good point in the YouTube chat. He said things get dicey when someone who holds a paralogism as a foundation will resort to sophism just to win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, parasophism.
There's a lot of truth in that. Yes, call it parasophism. It's kind of a mix between the two, right?
Yeah.
You're so desperate to hold on to the paralogism that you turn into a sophist.
Yeah, a parasophist, right? That's one of the best things to see, I think, personally. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm still here. Because that sort of thing interests me immensely. And it's a communication thing. People have been doing the flat earth stuff. I mean, it's never been about that. I don't have a model. I'm not going to pick up a flat earth model just because some other guys say there's a globe earth model. I mean, it's not a one or the other for me personally, because I've never had one. I don't have a need for that model. What I do have a need for is trying to be able to communicate with people, to learn more.
Yeah, and understanding what drives them and their communication. It's like what you said when I first came into this group, and what really hooked me in is, I think you said, "What is proof to you?" And I don't remember if you were asking me specifically or you're asking somebody else as I was listening in the Discord. But that's profound. What is proof to you? And then how the hell do you communicate that to someone? Right? And the idea of communicating any of those things, proof, truth, logic, it ends, at least in this arena, it ends up with the kind of thing we saw yesterday, right?
Yeah.
With Brenda and flat earth data. It just devolves into something that doesn't even resemble human communication at all.
Yeah, yesterday was a prime example of, which you will see most often, a definition shift paralogism. They don't even see that they're doing it. They'll have 2, maybe even 3 different meanings of something, and they can switch between them all. And at the moment that you ask, which one are you talking about now? That's when the communication ends, because the blindness comes in. They're unaware of what they're doing. Perhaps it turns into a little bit of sophistry, right? Where they try and turn it back on you, that you don't understand what they're talking about. And it's very simple. But it's not, because they've got 2 or 3 different meanings of one word. And that's particularly why we started off with the organon, right? Because that's what that does. We're going to be going over it again tomorrow. I mean, join us for that. It's some of the best stuff. It's the identity of things, isn't it?
Yep. It makes you think. It makes you purposely think about the words that you're using and how those words relate to one another, and how you're grouping those words together into something that you personally consider a truth value. Because that's where it ends up. It has to end up at a truth value in some way, shape, or form at some time. So yeah, that's what we're learning from, at least what I'm learning. I can't say what we're learning, but what I'm learning from what we've gone through so far in the organon is, there's intention behind words. And it's what I've always said in my entire life. I'm 57 years old, and from the time I was a young man, I've always said words mean things. And it's not until now that I really understood that that's a millennia long, multi-millennial long discussion about do words mean things. Aristotle certainly thought so, right?
Yeah, that was eye-opening when I saw, once I found logic through geometry, right? I thought, quite obviously, once we get into all of this stuff, geometry is the best way to teach logic. May sound strange, but it's very true. I think it's the easiest way to teach logic. But once you've got a little bit of a grip on that, then wordplay comes into it. And that's when you learn about sophistry, right? People can manipulate words. And that's where the organon comes into it. That is where paralogisms were first mentioned. Quite a little bit later on, right? We're not quite there yet. But it's a word worth thinking about, because it's one of those lost words as far as I'm concerned. Words have meanings, and words obviously are used to manipulate things. There's spellcast. Now, certain words like paralogism has been taken out of the language, and reclaiming that those words may be a little bit hard work for quite a few people, because once you discover paralogisms and what a paralogism is, then you sort of faced with the question, do you have any? Or maybe you don't. Maybe you can just forget about it. I couldn't.
Right, or exactly. Or if it's not paralogism, what is it? Right? Is it truth? Is it some kind of fallacy? Is it sophistry? Is it parasophistry? What's going on if you're not completely, and this is just internal, right?
Yeah.
At least for me. Again,
it's with the proof thing, isn't it? It all comes, it's all the same thing.
Down. It's individual. It's totally an individual thing, and someone that they themselves have to ask themselves in their heart of hearts.
Yeah.
But I will say, Aristotle did well in the translation that I have of the Organon, in the last book that's listed in the Organon, called sophistical refutation. So think of it as sophist refuting sophists. Paralogism is in the second sentence.
Yeah.
So yeah, it goes way back.
Yeah. Well, I think the difference between sophistry and paralogism is, now this is just personal, whereas sophistry is the person who knows the truth is purposely trying to deceive somebody else, right? What the idea is of a paralogism is that they're trying to deceive themselves.
Yeah, Bev's still doing his podcast, but I will keep an eye on it. You have fun now.
See, I agree with the first part. The paralogism, it's that, for me, it's that accepted information, and especially in the case where it's wrong, well, that's paralogism. Like if it's accepted information, but it's you trying to work that out, like, and you've accepted it, so you're trying to fit those puzzle pieces together, even though they won't fit, without questioning why they won't fit.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is interesting though that the sophists, at least what I've read on them, is it was their job. They sold quote logic unquote for money, but the logic was faulty, and the question became whether it was purposely faulty or not. And the way I look at it, at least in the American culture, the way that I can figure it out, and I think it's the same in a lot of Western cultures, is used car salesman. The stereotypical used car salesman. You know the car is a piece of shit, right? You know the person is desperate to have a car, or they don't have credit, or they don't have enough money, or whatever the case is, but you're gonna lie your ass off to get that sale. Doesn't matter what you have to say, doesn't matter what you have to do, you're gonna lie your ass off to get that sale. To me, that's a sophist. And it sounds like in ancient times, that's what they were. But then the question for Aristotle, and I think a lot of people, was, okay, so is that intentional or not? You're just using a fallacy because it's a fallacy, and you're just selling this thing and you really believe in it. Like, you're not really a stereotypical used car salesman. You really think that the car is a really good car, even though it's a piece of shit. I mean, it just gets into all sorts of details and nuances that are, that, again, an individual has to work through themselves.
Yeah, I think of it, the sophist, the original sophist, as more of a like a trained teacher to the wealthy, like a paid teacher that was teaching the sons and the the heirs to whatever. Now, that person, it was sort of in charge of the winning arguments, right? You show how knowledgeable you were in order to win an argument. So the sophist was a teacher of somebody who to be able to win arguments, right? To knowledge. Now, that can obviously be manipulated by however, and in many ways, right? Because people could try and say, well, you only win the argument because you're a sophist. Well, the sophist could be a really clever person, but how do you know? I think the sophist is somebody who could purposely implant paralogisms in people and keep those paralogisms alive by reinforcing them with sophistry. That's the difference, I think. Sophistry is something that you do to somebody else.
Yeah.
And paralogisms are something you do to yourself.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, I think.
So yeah, a sophist could have paralogisms too. It'd just be teaching it's a hard way to deal with it. But when you start on this road and you realize that, you are actually in control of all of this. It's just on you. Nobody else. Just you. What do you do? I mean, do you have enough confidence in yourself? I mean, I'll admit that when I first came into this, I was a nobody, right? I didn't have a clue. I was coming in just asking questions. It's hard work to be, for people obviously imagine that I'm different now. Well, I'm no different person than I was when I first started. I can just speak openly and not bother what people say about me, because people have said an awful lot of shit about me. A lot of not truthful things. Anybody can come and have a chat with us. That's what we do. But being able to be like this is... a certain group of people have made me who I am today. They brought me in. They molded me into who I am now. With the ability to... somebody once gave me logic. So I thank these people for this. Didn't think there would be many people coming into this. Paralogisms are hard work for a certain group of people to see and even talk about. The actual discussion about what a paralogism is will not be able to be had by somebody who is paralogism blind. Perfect example last night. Brenda asking us for the definition of something in Merriam-Webster when it was already there. Brenda just couldn't see it. Wasn't even willing to believe that there was even such a word. What are we doing? Is there any more comments from in the chat? Yeah. Paralogisms, it's a hard thing to try to explain, because if if you have somebody that has these paralogisms, then they obviously can't talk about them because they're unaware. They don't want to acknowledge that their paralogisms might be paralogisms. And the shown by the identity. If you can identify anything and you get to talk to somebody about anything, then you can identify that subject and talk about it. If you can do that, then you can have an honest communication with people. If they keep changing what it is within the meaning, then I don't think you can actually have a meaningful conversation with anyone. Emma, do you want to go and sell some fish?
Please.
Okie dokie. Yeah, we are playing the game as well at the same time, so welcome. Yeah, paralogisms to me are the most interesting thing around here. Because I'm learning something that I didn't even have an idea or an inkling about what this sort of thing is. You know, within logic, like, I mean, okay, geometry is a way to describe logic, but a way to find out what a paralogism is, and it's faulty logic. And to be able to think about faulty logic, I don't know. You have to be able to have a discussion about logic. And I think we've also been finding that there's a group of people who can't talk about logic. Yeah, they're the group of people that have brought us in here and like to say that we don't understand stuff. Well, in order for anybody to understand anything, we should be able to discuss it and talk about it. And if we can talk about it, then it would be an honest discussion.
Darn it. No, I need another one.
Okay. Sorry, I should have sold you them. I should have dropped them fish for you, shouldn't I?
Yeah, we've been saying for quite a while that, well, again, as long as I've been in the Discord, is we'll talk to anybody, and we will, but it gets harder and harder to talk to these people with the paralogisms that lead to sophistry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's a lot there.
You
right?
just go
If you're
round
not-
in circles, don't you?
Yeah, totally endless. It was like that 7 hour. What would you spend like 6 hours with flat Earth data that one night? Just crazy, round and around and around and around in circles.
Yeah, not anymore though.
No, not in that case, right?
He's gone.
I mean that's that's the kind of thing that hopefully these logic nights and the trivium nights and those kinds of things, maybe at least we're hoping it's going to bring a new group of people in that just want to, first of all, understand what logic is and reasoning, understand what rhetoric is, which is the communicative form of logic, right? How do you communicate that to somebody in an honest fashion? I will add my own ad.
Yeah.
And then have discussions about whatever it might be. And know that they're honest discussions. And it doesn't mean that you can't, in this arena, it's, globe versus whatever. It doesn't have to mean that you have to let go of your globe. I don't care. Don't let go of it. You be you, whatever. But can we have an honest discussion? Can you see my point of view? Can I see your point of view? Can we communicate reasonably? All right, great. Fantastic. We even had that conversation even with Brenda and Bebby. I think last Thursday was quite reasonable.
Yeah, it was a cordial discussion. Yeah.
So it's possible. It is possible.
Yeah, that was Thursday night that as well, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get more of that going.
Well, maybe tomorrow, right? Because I think they came because it was the Trivium night.
Yeah.
And
hopefully tomorrow we'll get more.
I hope that people understand how special these Trivium nights are going to be. I really, you look it up on the internet. See what you can find. Stuffy professors talking about things. I mean, it's useful, good information. But I think we do things a little bit differently.
Yeah. It seems to have lost its practicality, right? The things like grammar, logic, and rhetoric, which are the trivium, as well as the quadrivium, which we haven't gotten into but there's a little bit more. I think modern times there's a little bit more emphasis on those aspects of the quadrivium, but in the trivium, I think that's basically left to the academics, and it's time for people to take it back, because I think it's how the wizards have pulled the wool over our eyes collectively as a group of people.
Yeah, it's like you say, within the organon at the very end of, which is sort of, I consider that the lead up to the trivium, or the trivium may be a newer version. Whereas the organon was the original, right? Yep. And it's just sort of an extension. How can you add a little bit onto it? Where do you progress, and how do you order these things in a sensible way? Whereas if paralogisms are mentioned at the end of the organon, well, the trivium is a way for us to not have paralogisms, or at least be able to see them, right? It arms you with the tools to be able to, one, see a paralogism, and two, know how to react and counter it. I think that's the idea of what the organon and the trivium is. It's a way for us to communicate, and efficiently, without lies.
Yep.
And I've said this is going to be well, that's all we've been about here, hopefully. That's what we've been aiming to do, and we are obviously getting a group of people now around us that we're honest enough with each other to admit mistakes and flaws, and see where who has the strengths for doing different things. There's some good times coming, and it's going to be the end of you will notice less and less of a certain group of people being able to come round and communicate.
Yeah, they won't be able to, right? I mean, once we get into this situation, yesterday with Brenda, with all due respect to Brenda, I mean, just the idea that you wouldn't even think that paralogism was a word. And I just couldn't let it go anymore. I had to. I know we were trying to let it go as long as possible, but I just couldn't. I couldn't take it anymore. So I had to put it in there. But that's something, isn't it? That says something for someone's mind and what this arena has done to people, and it's on all sides in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
right?
everyone can have it.
Oh yes.
Right, it's not one group of people. This is out there for everyone, right? And I personally think this can be instilled as a child. These paralogisms are things that you hold, that there's nothing there to back it up. They're just mainly taught. I don't know. I believe that it's I believe that the globe model is possibly one of the paralogisms, because you were only ever taught about it as a child. Then you go through school, not actually being taught anything about it, but you watch films and programs and whatnot, and every time somebody mentions something about that model, you put a sticky tape over the top of it. So you end up making your own paralogism around a model, where there's no actual reasoning behind it. There's nothing there.
Yep, and you never question it, right?
Well, because it's yours. You made it.
Yeah. Of course you did.
It's more dear, isn't it? That's why it becomes tough. Because you've made it, and somebody's now questioning that model you've made. I can understand why a lot of people get defensive. Because it's not just that model, it could be anything.
Well, that's something that I still am wanting to dig into, is why people get not just defensive, but outright mean, angry, abusive. Pick your word.
Yeah.
That to me is interesting. That smacks of, some kind of, religious zealotry without it being religious. I guess it's religious in its own way. They all can be, right? And any model can become zealous in your mind. It doesn't matter what the model is. If you're attached to it, if it's not linked to something that's tangible to you in reality, I guess that could be the case. But it's interesting to me that the vitriol that comes with it, and we see that with other topics as well out in the the internet world. But it's amazing how people can get that way. What drives them? What's in their mind that drives them to those extremes?
Yeah, you sort of have to bring in, at that point, you have to bring in cognitive dissonance, right? It's the reaction once you are faced with one of these paralogisms that you may hold, right? You could be having a conversation, you could be quite happily talking about something that you're unaware of, and somebody could question something that makes you aware of your paralogism. It shows you a contradiction that you're holding that you didn't realize. Right. At that point, that's the cognitive dissonance reaction, right? Your mind has a short wire. It has a blip. Now, there are multiple different things that can happen at that point, because obviously everybody's mind or whatever is different, and everybody's come to these paralogisms or contradictions differently. They hold them differently, so therefore the reactions will be different. And that's the one that I think Kevin's talking about, is the aggressive vitriolic response is what fascinates me. I mean, that basically what drew me in. Me going, what? Why are you having that reaction to some basic truth statement? And we've found you can do it with straight lines.
Yeah.
Do it with mathematics, you can do it with geometry, you can do it with logic. There's many different ways that you can force people to become aware of paralogisms that they didn't know that they held them before the conversation. I think it gives us I don't know, I don't know what to call it. Some sort of you have to be aware of that and how people may react to you saying certain statements.
Right.
Mainly proofs. That they're one of the major things that make this vitriolic response come around, because as we've found, proofs or truths are the things that people hold dear. There's some of the responses around what truth is, what a proof is. Like Kevin said quite nicely, I think. When you are asked, what is a proof to you? It opens up a world of questions.
Yeah, it did for me. It's what made me, when I came out of the honestly, the globe lie, I fell for another model myself, and it's what forced me out of that model. Almost immediately. I was not in it very long, but it forced me out of that model because I had to ask myself, what can you prove? I can't prove any of that shit. I can't prove Big E. I have no fucking clue, which is where we were with flat Earth data yesterday. It's like, keep saying Big E, keep saying the Earth as if it's one word. How logical is that? Hey, Rob.
Yeah, hey, Rob.
Yeah, it's totally not logical to me.
Yeah. That is one of the contradictions that I think are the paralogisms, right? It exposes a paralogism. To any flat earther, you just say, how do you deal with the contradiction that it's obviously not flat?
Do you want me to answer that?
Well, I know how you deal with it, Rob. Yeah,
yeah, sure, Rob.
But you are Rob Keane, right? You are the only one that I've seen that has an honest opinion, like you do. That's why you're here.
And it's not flat, but I am a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not flat. It's not two-dimensional.
Yeah. Genius. I like
consider
it.
myself somewhat of a subject matter expert.
Yeah, you are the flat earther that we have around here. Honorary flat earther. Just to show that we can talk to anybody. As long as, like Rob says, there's nothing serious about what we do here. I mean, you may think it's serious and big, but we're just talking about things. That's all we do. Hopefully try and open people's eyes to things and stimulate your thought muscle. And the being able to communicate as efficiently as possible. I think that's what we're after.
Yeah, yeah. At least for me, anyway. What I've tried to, again, this is a personal thing for me, and I've taught my kids this as well, and I teach my grandchildren this as well. Now that they're getting a little bit older, my oldest grandson is 8, and that is that you should not feel ashamed in any way, shape, or form to question anything. Questioning is part of communicating. Questioning is good. I said this before on this show before, right? At least in America, and I don't know how it is in the UK or other parts of the world, but here the big thing in schools when you go to school is if you have a good teacher, quote the air quotes good teacher, they'll say there's no such thing as a stupid question. Yet you find out that there's always such thing as a stupid question with most people. In fact, all your questions are stupid. In fact, just shut up and sit down because you don't know anything. Don't question anything. And there's nothing to value there, in my opinion. Question everything. Question it. Doesn't mean you have to believe everything or not believe everything. But question it. Why not?
Yep. Question everything. Even question why we're saying that you should question everything.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always said that to my children, right? Question me as much as you want. It'll aid me in trying to explain things. The more chance you have. I've always said, of all of the things that we have and the conversations we have here, the ability of everybody else to also have their say on it. If they see it a different way, or they can find a better way of explaining the same thing, or just a different way of explaining the same thing, then that's how we aid each other within communication. And this, I keep going back to the trivium. I think this is going to be great. I think it's going to set the standard for communication, and it will show people who is able to have a conversation about, well, logic and proof. Because we're nearly halfway through the year and we've been aiming to... This was meant to be proof, the year of the proof, 2022. We're not really got round to doing it because everybody shied away from it. Talking about proofs and who has them and who holds them. How you can communicate those proofs to each other. Interesting.
Yeah, and then as soon as you bring up proofs, their automatic go-to is, but science doesn't prove things.
It's one of those definition paralogism shifts. Definition shift. Paralogisms. They just try and swap it around. How you can have proofs but no proofs.
Right, exactly. And I think they do that whole thing, Rob, in my opinion, so that eventually they end up with there can be no truth. Can't be any proof, so there can't be any truth, so it just accept what you've been told. Because other people have done this and they know better, and who are you anyway? You can't appeal to the scientists or science. You can't appeal to academia or knowledge. You can't appeal to anything. So don't count on any of that. Certainly don't trust yourself. Just sit there and accept what you've been told, because there's no questioning any of it, right? Nothing can prove anything. There is no truth. Yeah,
proofs and truths.
Mm-hmm. both individual, by the way. I'll reinforce that. Both an individual thing, truth and a proof.
Mm-hmm. But you have
Until
to be able to say what a truth is as well, don't you?
You have to, right? Until we get to the point where we talk about, is there objective truth? That's going to be fun. That one's going to be fun. That's for down the road, but that's going to be fun.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the way this is going to go is we're going to end up finding a religion or something behind this. There's going to be something that wants to push a certain narrative, something that doesn't allow the truth to come out. It has to be steered. And I think we are going to find out very soon who are the sophists.
I believe that with every fiber in my being.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a belief. It's not a proof. It's a belief. But yeah, totally agree. Hey, Alpha, welcome.
Ralph, back again.
Thanks, Kevin.
What do you think about the paralogisms? What's your take on them, Alpha? Do you think they are a thing?
I haven't been paying close attention, honestly, Bev.
Have you not?
Give me one that you're referring to in particular, and I'll have a look.
A paralogism. I couldn't tell you any of your paralogisms, I'm afraid. Sorry. It's the difference between a sophist. Do you know that? Do you know what a sophist is? Or like the modern day interpretation of a sophist? Somebody who has an intent to deceive someone.
Oh, okay. So I think if I know where you're going with this, the problem you're going to have is paralogism is two truths or something, deferring or deposing truths.
No. You don't get mixed up. That's a diletheist. Diletheism is two truths. This is why we needed to go over this. Thanks, Kat. A sophist is somebody who knows the truth value behind a statement, but purposely tries to deceive people around that. Now, a paralogism is
go on.
a false conclusion. It's a fallacious reasoning, but you have the end product, but you don't really have a formulation of how you got there, and that's a paralogist. So they believe they've fooled themselves within paralogism, whereas a sophist has an intent to deceive other people.
Yeah, I see what you mean now.
So there's sophistry, paralogisms, and we're finding more and more that the what we call the parasophist is the one that purposely tries to deceive, holding a paralogism as a truth.
You remember that most times people that you're bucketing in that believe what they're saying is logical and true.
That's the idea, yeah. That's what a paralogism is.
So they're not being misleading or untruthful because that's subjective, and to them what they're saying is accurate.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep, totally. That's why I say people can have honest misunderstandings or honest disagreements. They both hold to what to them is a different truth. Right?
Correct. And I mean, you can use that in application to people talking about the earth and the shape, there are people that legitimately believe one or the other, and they're not trying to be deceitful at all, and yet they get called liars, etc., you know, the whole time.
Uh-huh.
They
Yeah,
tell a lie. They tell a lie, but they don't know it's.
Yeah, it's been
Well,
set up.
then it's not a lie. That's the thing. A lie has to be known.
Yeah, they don't know. They believe
then
it's true.
not. But then it's not a lie. That's the problem you have, and the distinction, and why.
It's not. No. It's not a problem. It's other people call people liars, probably wrongly, because they're very easy to mistake a paralogism for a sophist, because the paralogism acts the same. It's just that they're unaware of it. That's why I'm studying at the minute paralogism blindness. Because that's normally the tell. That's the difference between a sophist and a paralogist. Because a paralogism, the person with that will be blind to the paralogism. Whereas normally, sophistry will help them out. And that's
well,
the
the
bit I'm
sophist
studying.
knows he's throwing it.
Yeah.
The sophist knows he's lying purposely. But the paralogist, he doesn't. He believes in what he's saying, even though it's not true.
Telling the difference between the two is worthy of study. Do you not agree, Alpha?
Yeah, it's worth it. Worth a study. I mean,
Now the
sophist. Problem you have is truth is so subjective.
Really? I mean, we weren't going to get into the truth idea, but do you believe there are proofs? Do you hold any proofs?
In math, there are proofs.
Yeah, that's a true statement. So, at the end of a proof, you have a truth, right?
Yeah, you have something that's unfalsifiable.
Okay. Which you would call a truth, right? The opposite of false.
Yep.
Okay, so is that subjective?
That is not. No.
Okay. So there are truths that are objective, would you call that?
That's why I said it's going to be an interesting topic, isn't
Yeah.
it? Because if they exist, right? If they exist, if objective truths exist, then they exist. Then it's a matter of finding them. And I think at least most of us here would probably agree. Yeah, in mathematics, there are proofs, and then those proofs are truths. Of that, I have no doubt. And those, to me, I would say those are objective truths. So there are objective truths. That's an interesting concept to hold. Because then you can't falsify that, right? You can't then say there are no objective truths. There are objective truths. Now, I guess one could say there are only objective truths in mathematics. I suppose one could say that or claim that. But it's interesting. Could there be objective truths outside of mathematics? That's why I said that's going to be an interesting. That's going to be interesting to get into.
Yeah, I know what my answer would be, but I mean, it's a personal thing, isn't it? Everybody else has to come to that conclusion for themselves.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because you could argue that virtually everything that we learn is societal structure based, like colors. It's arbitrary that we call what we say is red, and that it could be called something else. And other cultures could call it something else, and therefore it's not true, untrue, or anything.
That would be definitional, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Name and definition, which is why we went over the organon. That's why we're in categories. That's what gives you the names and definitions. But there's also meaning that goes along with that, right? So, and that's one of the things that that I believe that Aristotle gets to, especially when it comes to the attribute of color that you point out, Alpha, and those types of things, is that those things are definitely subjective, right? To your point, totally agree with you there. But
It's
then,
only hard if you want to make it hard.
yeah,
I'll give you a true statement. Try to argue with it, Alpha. If you don't drink water, you will die.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
So is that a truth?
Yeah, but there's lots of people that have argued it with you before, right? But
Many.
how do they argue it with you?
Well, they tell me about you can stick intravenous in you, and how do you really know, and all kinds of nonsensical things, you know?
Yeah,
This guy has went.
Until you get to the point where you have to define what drinking water is.
Yeah,
and
I
what
mean,
that means, right?
Then it's just a nuance type change. You, instead of
Right.
saying drinking, you say consume.
Mm-hmm.
And
then I'll change the story and I'll say, okay, this guy survived for a month. How about 2 months? Okay, how about 6 months? Okay, how about a year? Right? You think you can go a year without drinking water?
Well, they can. The thing is, and the problem would be you would have to go through everything to find out how their body is absorbing water because they're getting it by other methods other than drinking. So you would have to just change. That's why terminology and definitions, what you guys were talking about last time, can become so important.
Yeah, but I eliminate all those options. I eliminate intravenous or any other way. No water entering the body whatsoever. You think you'll die eventually?
You will.
Without a doubt, right?
Yep.
So that would be a truth, right?
Yeah, it would be true. Yeah.
Yeah. See how easy that was?
But it does, I think, where Alpha was going, and what I would agree with, if this is where you were going, Alpha, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that you, and SE, you've said this before too, right? Eventually you have to come to terms to get to that truth, right?
Yes, because they'll try to sneak in what
there
if.
you go.
Yeah.
Right? There you go. Exactly. Yeah.
So when you get the terminology and you come to terms, when you understand what you mean, then there's no way out of that particular argument anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you can, and the thing like Cool Cat put, blood drinking. The thing with blood drinking is plasma. Blood is 45% plasma, 92% of plasma is water. So there's lots of ways that people can kind of talk around it, but when you peel everything back, it's very likely that you've identified a truth that they are getting water in some way, no matter what, or they die.
Yep. That would be a rational, logical conclusion, right? I would say so anyway.
There's no gotcha. I mean, it seems like people are afraid to say what they think is true or a truth.
Yeah, it's a very scary thing. I encountered that when I did the proof thing, right? When we were doing the proof thing. It's like people they get taken aback. It's like, and arguments ensue.
Yeah, and I've had similar ones as well. I've had people in my life, and I still have people that I know in my life that will swear to me that there is no such thing as an objective truth outside of mathematics.
Because that's what they've been taught. Yeah.
Yeah, or I believe that they really believe it. So they will argue 1,000 different ways with you on your point, SE, which I will concede absolutely is true, that there's not a truth value there. And I don't know why. I have my suspicions as to why, but it's different for every person, I'm sure, as to why you would put your feet in concrete that way, right? And not be moved at all.
because Buster says it perfectly. It's an accepted truth. And once you accept that truth, there ain't no moving it. It's an accepted paradox, which they have adopted and made their own, and they'll fight for it till the end.
Well, I don't think it's specific to one group of people, right? This goes across multiple different things.
Oh, yeah.
This is a mankind issue.
Yeah.
It has been, because you know that because it's been that way for thousands of years. This conversation has gone on with people that are able to. I mean, we're blessed, and I say blessed, to be able to have these kinds of conversations. They're first world problems, right? But for thousands of years, people have had these conversations. Still having them today. We'll probably have them thousands of years in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, inconvenient conversations, I think. I'm not too sure.
They're not if you're starting from first principles from the beginning, then they're not. They're just a sequence of logical steps.
Can you expand on that, Spot On?
Well, I was just thinking that if you started from nothing, just say, yeah, I know it's a conceptual thing, but where would you start in figuring out, like how to correspond with another, for instance, from a different place, maybe? How would you go about doing that? It'd have to be objective. You'd have to show them and agree on what words you're going to call things, and then go, it'd have to start from there and move. I know it's an extreme concept, but yeah.
No, it's a good point. I just wanted to hear your elaboration of it. That's an interesting topic. I think many people have seen movies. If you watch movies and that kind of thing, if you're trying to talk to somebody you don't share a similar language or even culture, and how people get at least how writers in those instances might get around that, right? What they think you'd do. I think it would be exceedingly more difficult than a lot of people might think. How do you come to terms if you don't have the terms? You have to get the terms in the first place somehow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew when Saragaki brought the law of non-contradiction and the law of the excluded middle, when we called them the laws of communication, that obviously they came from all of this sort of stuff, and the trivium and the organon are all extensions of those basic concepts. And it's all about, I consider it all about assigning a truth value to things.
Yeah.
And
is this? Do you agree that this is what it is?
Yeah.
Is a level? Not,
yeah.
I don't want to go down there, but I mean, is a level at the spirit level? Everyone agrees that a spirit level is a spirit level.
Yeah. Yeah, are things what they are, and how can we talk about those things? And keep that truth value all along. Is that how we should be communicating with each other?
I don't think
Go on.
I don't think with these people there is any communication because they can't even accept that a truth is possible. So, where do you begin with them?
Well, you don't have to begin with them.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, you begin with yourself.
If they want to listen in. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Once you start to work on yourself, I think I've mentioned it a few times. Stop standing on the shoulders of shadow giants.
So how do you talk to a paralogist or even a parasophist? I think they're the most
You don't have to.
complex.
You don't.
The trick is for you to find out what you're talking to. It's up to you how to deal with that once you know what it is that you're looking at and you're talking about. I'm at the point now where I only want to talk about things with people that I can have a discussion about. Call it I don't know, call me being picky, but I much prefer to talk to people where we can have a constructive conversation. It benefits me much now, but obviously in the past you need to learn what a paralogism is. You need to learn where you get all of this stuff from.
Well, maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I thought you were asking how do you get through to, or how do you have a conversation with them?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't, honestly, I think because of this...
Agree on terms. If you can't agree on terms, then there's no point, is there? But it's not to say that other people don't want to hear the conversation and make
That's
their
it.
minds
That's
up
exactly
on
it. Spot on. Yeah, that's what I've come to understand so far, that these people that we just mentioned are not worth talking to. They are not worth talking to. The only value is when you have the conversation with them is other people listening to the conversation. That is it. Because when you hear somebody saying, yeah, of course a straight line could be both straight and curved. Depends how you look at it. Now a normal person hearing that's going to go, what? What did he just say? But to the parasophist, it's like, go talk to your brick wall. Like, face a wall now wherever you are and start having a conversation.
I'm fascinated by this stuff. I could talk about all of this for ages at the minute. But I guess what I don't want to fall into the trap of is that we know what we're dealing with at the minute. And how do we deal with the other side? Like, the people that have put me here, obviously, they put all of us within this situation, seems to be the big topic, is the non-argument of the thing that isn't real. And we've developed arguments, or we've been within a group of people that have developed arguments against something that isn't real. But in developing those arguments, you end up finding a truth for yourself, right? By falsifying the I don't know, the falsehood.
The model.
Yeah, well, like it doesn't really matter anything. You put anything there in that position, and when you have to falsify something that isn't real, the only way you can do that is to have yourself. I don't know. You find the truth for yourself.
Yeah, it's definitely a self path, like a self-exploratory path, absolutely. And you can be led down very treacherous roads. Believing false prophets, following shadow giants, and all that.
Oh, but now you're going into what's belief stuff, like who's a prophet versus who's not a prophet. Everybody believes different things. That's
I'll give you a modern
slippery path.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you a modern day prophet. Einstein.
Now you're redefining what prophet is.
Well, maybe not prophet. Maybe I used the wrong word. How about sophist? How about parasophist? He's a prime example, knowing he's bullshitting, excuse my language, but continuing with the story.
Yeah, but Einstein wasn't bullshitting in his eyes. Yeah, that's just your view of what he was talking to or saying or whatnot. So he doesn't really fit the definition of what you're talking about.
So you're saying he believed in what he was saying?
Absolutely.
Like the fabric of space-time and one brother aging slower than the other. You think that he actually believed that, right?
I do. I think everything that he talked about and wrote about, he believes. Now, he may have changed his belief over time as he forwarded his understanding, but everything that he said, the conviction he had, I believe he truly thought that what he was saying was accurate and true.
So we can take sophist out of the equation as far as you're concerned.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, how about somebody that takes somebody else's ideas and uses them? What would you call them?
Depends if they're doing it and announcing that they're doing it, or if they're doing it and then taking credit that it's their own, or it's minor manipulation of somebody else's work, then you call them a plagiarist.
Yeah. So would you call him a paralogist then? Somebody believing in what he's saying, even though obviously it's not correct, provenly so. Would you call him a paralogist then?
No, because, and I'm not going to go down whether he's proven true or not, but I can say at the time, he wasn't proven untrue. So when we look at when he was doing it, he wouldn't fit the definition.
But you are aware that there's many people that were against his theories, right? There's even, 1,000 scientists signed a paper and went against them. And there's a lot of stories that his ideas were definitely not accepted right off the get-go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think there's a lot of things that he said or did that they still continue to test to this day. And some of the things have only become even more factually evidenced today, and they still weren't for 100 years, so that's a tough one.
Yeah, it's kind of like a faith-based thing also, right? Kind of like a religion almost.
Oh, scientists have to use a lot of faith when they're exploring their ideas and whatnot, and sometimes you're right that they publish papers that going a little farther than what they can probably back up, even that it's more, and that's why it's a hypothesis that they're publishing, really.
Yeah, right. Oh, I'm liking what I'm hearing from you. Yeah, I've said that myself. Yeah, Most of these things are hypotheses at best, which they call theories, right? The theory of evolution, the theory of gravity, the theory of the Big Bang, right? At best, they're hypotheses, right?
So something doesn't get called a theory until it's way, way past hypothesis and it's evaluated many ways. I don't really want to go down into that, but there's nobody that, like a scientific theory, it's definitely not a hypothesis or at hypothesis stage.
Right. Which they throw out like left and right. It's after the testing process, right? Would you say?
Yeah, and I'm going to say that there's probably a lot of things that get thrown around, like terminology words, proof when it's not actually proof, or theory when it's not really a defined theory, or calling something other than hypothesis when it's more hypothesis. I think you're probably going to find out that misuse of terms happens more often than you would like.
Exactly. So having said that, now, would you reconsider Einstein? Would you reconsider if he's a paralogist or a parasophist or a sophist? Would you reconsider that?
No, I wouldn't. And there's nothing I can think of, no glaring things in his theories and hypotheses and whatnot that I can say have been proven false to this day. You'd have to identify something for me to look at.
But didn't you just contradict yourself? You said that they're hypotheses at best, but now you're saying they've been proven without going through a test?
No, I didn't say that. I don't know if I misspoke or if it was misheard. No, I said theory is definitely not a hypothesis.
Hang on, how do you get
it goes through a very lengthy process before it can be a theory, and that there are things out there that are likely that we talk about that are still hypotheses, and then there are things like theory of gravity or whatnot is definitely a theory. It's been tested, evaluated multiple ways over a long period of time before it became a theory.
Oh, really? So what was the scientific test for gravity?
I'd have to go through and take a look. There's been tons. There's been tons. Like the measurement, the effects of gravity on Earth, the 9.81 meters per second squared of acceleration, for instance, that's been tested to death.
Yeah, you just show something falling and then you can measure the speed.
Well, yeah, but the speed, then it's tested with different things under different, at different times in different places, etc., and going through and evaluating and eliminating other possible causes, so on and so forth, before you can really call it a theory.
Well, have you identified the mechanism by which this happens? Because without that, I don't think you have anything, much, if anything at all, actually.
Well, why do you want to expand on that? Why do you think if you don't have the mechanism that you can disprove a measurable effect?
Yeah, well, I didn't say you cannot show the effect. As a matter of fact, we can go do it right now, right? Drop something. But just saying that it's gravity doesn't really, there's no test there. You just saw something, right? At best, you have an observation, a measurement, and then a conclusion. So in other words, I drop something, 9.8 recorded, cause gravity.
Well, here's where you're getting into the problem and what we talked about a little bit earlier. Gravity is just a word. It's just been a word used to define an effect that we've measured and noticed. It doesn't really matter. It's arbitrary. You can call it whatever you want.
Okay, what's the cause?
Well, that's the thing. The cause, that's what people still debate to this day. If you want to talk general relativity, the cause is the bending of space-time, but it still has to do with mass.
But if they're still debating it, it's not a theory then, right? It's not a fact, like you said before, right? It's questionable.
No, because they may be debating what's causing it. They're not debating the actual, like, that it's a fact, that it's a thing that we recognize and can test and notice and whatnot. If they're still going to debate why it is, it still is.
Yeah, there's no questioning that. But here, let me tell you this. Take a caveman, right? When the first caveman threw a rock up in the air and it fell down and hit him back in the head, right? He said, holy crap, I'm not going to do that again, right? Now, do you think he called it gravity? I mean, this observation has been known forever, right?
Correct. And he wouldn't have called it gravity. He might have called it, who knows, anything.
Yeah. Yeah, but my point is, then we have a guy named Newton who says this phenomena is caused by mass attracting mass. Now, we don't see that anywhere. To make matters worse, then another smarter guy than him came along called Einstein that said, no, it's not that. It's the bending of the fabric of space-time. He took time, a concept, and space, mixed them together, and made a fabric.
Right, but mass is still in that theory. So it's the bending of space-time that's causing the mass to attract the mass. So mass is still attracting mass. It's just for a different reason than what Newton said. So it doesn't change the relationship. It doesn't change that it is there. It doesn't change that it's testable. It just changes the actual cause of it.
So the original, whatever you want to call it, hypotheses by Newton, which you said were tested and they're a fact, they were wrong, in other words. And Einstein's are the correct ones. And I know what you're going to say. No, they just describe the same thing, right?
They, to a certain extent, they do. The problem that we have now is on a smaller scale, you can use Newton and it doesn't falsify. When you get to the larger scale, it doesn't work, and Einstein does.
So how about then if Einstein stuff doesn't work on the very larger scale than that? What would you say about Einstein?
Then they're going to have to come up with a new reason behind it. I'm totally okay with that. The thing is, it just doesn't take away the is that we record and notice an attraction, and it's testable and measurable how it comes to be or the reason why it's there. I mean, if they found out that it was some godly being causing it or whatnot, it doesn't take away from the fact that it's there and it's measurable and we can test it.
Yeah, because you're thinking logically now, but that's not what they're telling you. They're telling you they know what it is. First of all, they knew that it was mass attracting mass. Now they know that it's the fabric of space-time. They're not saying, well, maybe. They're saying we know what it is. It's mass causing the warpage, the curvature of space-time. They're not telling you maybe, I think it's that. No, they teach that. When you do an exam, you have to check that box. It's this. It's not an option.
I thought it was the earthquakes that were measurable. Within that piece of equipment.
That was Blue's speciality. Yeah, that was a dual purpose. So not to make a long story, not to make this too long, I think I proved my point that you have no proof of this thing called gravity.
No.
You just have stories. That's
no,
it.
We've just
at best. No, you don't.
As you said, it's testable and it's been measured over time. You have an attraction force that's measurable on Earth. It is how it comes to be, whether it's the curvature of space-time and space-time is bending more around objects of more mass, which is warping, the space-time and the attraction between smaller masses, warping space-time, or it's just mass attracting mass. It doesn't change the fact that we have it and that the attraction is there.
But
the reason why the
isn't the attraction vertical?
What about vertical?
Isn't that the direction?
Well, because you pull towards mass, so...
No, vertical, the actual vector. Would you not say vertical?
On the Earth, you would.
Okay.
But
so that is what is measurable then?
The downward acceleration
vertical.
On Earth is measurable.
Vertical, not downward. Vertical.
No, well, the acceleration is downward. That's the vector.
But you've never tested that with gases, have you?
It's been tested with gases.
And they go, what about the ones that go in the opposite direction? of
Depends on the
vertical, like
depends on the
not
density.
down. Yeah, I know. But what about the ones that go in the opposite direction to down?
What about them?
Well, would you say that is a downward direction? Would you still say down? Well, that's why I made the distinction vertical. It's different than down, isn't it?
No, it's the opposite of down.
Which means it's different.
Vertical
Vertical is both.
I was chatting
So,
about this in
down- sorry,
the
down
live
is a
chat earlier
direct-
on, wasn't I? We were
Down
talking
is a
about
direction.
vertical earlier. Do you remember?
Vertical's not a direction.
Sorry?
And commenting on
Down and
this,
up?
No, down and vertical. Spot on.
Vertical
there's no
is
up
down
then.
and up, isn't it? It's both.
I just want to comment, if I can,
Like,
on J. Rowe's
like
post with video
horizontal.
here.
Like horizontal isn't left or right or forwards or backwards. It's neither, is it? It's just horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, horizontal's not a direction.
Neither's vertical. Or is it a vector? Is vertical a vector, whereas horizontal... Well, horizontal's a plane, isn't it? Two opposing things, right? Or vertical can be a plane too. But that's what's
J. Rowe
measurable,
saying there
right?
is a difference.
Yeah, but your measurable is down. Now, is down vertical? Or is it a different down? Is it measurably not vertical?
Down is a vector.
As is vertical.
Vertical's not a vector.
Yeah, of course it is. What do you think vertical is then?
It's not.
Okay. Not up and down, like both directions, zenith and nadir.
Up is a vector, but up isn't vertical.
Zenith. Nadir, right?
Did you say up isn't vertical?
Yeah, I'm saying that up is a vector and vertical's not a vector. So you can look at vertical as just upright. I'm either laying down or standing up, I'm vertical. It doesn't mean it has to be perpendicular to horizontal.
Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
It's also other
Vertical's
things.
up and down. It's only up and down, mate.
Up and down are vectors. Vertical, horizontal are not.
Vertical is up and down.
Vertical isn't a vector.
Is a vector up and down?
It's not a vector. You can look that up if you want. Google it.
What? What? I know what up and down
vertical,
is. I know what
vertical's not a
vertical is.
vector.
It's up and down, mate.
See, vertical is not a
Up-
direction. Up and down are directions. They're vectors. Vertical is not.
It's just an orientation, right?
Yeah.
And you don't think things can be orientated within a direction? Somehow
I mean,
you're
up- you can say
separating
upright.
vertical from up and down.
You can say
Are
upright.
you separating vertical from up and down, Alpha? There you go. There's your identity. You can't identify what vertical is. I would say it is both up and down. In the orientation of vertical, which is where all of your
one
measurements
man's
are
up.
taken.
One man's up is another man's down. I typed today.
Yeah, they swear by it. Yep.
Because we've got another definition shift here Alpha's led us into. Whereas we say vertical is both up and down. Well, Alpha says that up and down are every direction, which he wants to lead vertical as being every direction as well, because one of
what
his
he was saying then.
big
That's
boys,
what they all
yeah,
say.
yeah.
Yeah.
Rumpus said it. The differing angles of down.
Yep.
Every direction.
Everywhere.
It's not just one direction, it's every direction. Can you imagine thinking that? Vertical is every direction.
It's bloody confusing for me at work, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Simple. Just think of a bicycle wheel and the spokes.
But what I don't understand is, are you set just to the geometric definition of vertical, and you think if it doesn't fit the geometric definition of vertical, it's not vertical? So if
that's
something
provable, right? The geometric definition of vertical is provable through geometry
it is, but
and mathematics.
But
so that's the best one to
you-
prove. You're not going to go against that, are you?
Well, let me ask you:
Are you going to go against the geometric proof?
Are the legs on the Eiffel Tower vertical?
Hold on, can you go somewhere, drop a plumb bob, and it not be vertical?
You're representing right now. We're not talking about a plumb bob. We're talking about anything that is upright.
Vertical.
So the legs on the Eiffel Tower, are they?
They're not vertical.
They are vertical. They're standing on the earth up. That they are vertical. It's upright. That's vertical. Vertical doesn't only mean perpendicular to horizontal.
Well, it did originally until people started saying the fucking Eiffel Tower's vertical.
Well, the Eiffel Tower's legs are vertical. I mean, who said that? Have you ever seen the Eiffel Tower, Alpha?
They're on the piss, aren't they?
Yeah.
Now, here's Bev. When I was in here before and we started talking about 2D versus 3D on a surface.
Wow,
you said
when
that
before?
the world is...
Sorry, Alpha.
Talking about vertical.
Yeah, we are just talking about vertical at the minute, and your paralogism based around a orientation that you want to imagine is a ball. I wonder what makes you think that.
You said that in real life everything is 3D, that nothing's 2D.
Absolutely, yes.
Great. So then your 2D geometric definitions don't apply in real life. That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't say that.
No. Oh, yeah, you did.
Who said
because
that?
That Euclid was talking about two dimensionals.
How
That's
far
it.
did?
And
No,
you
wait,
said
no,
2D does not work in
whoa,
Europe.
Alpha. How far did you get in the elements?
And before we get too far away from the Eiffel Tower, how many degrees off of vertical are those legs?
They're vertical.
No. How many
They are. They're
degrees?
vertical.
Hello?
If it's not, if
Hello?
it's standing
Hello?
up,
Hello?
it's vertical.
Hello, it's okay. It's all right. You'll get through it. I promise you.
No, I promise you that
listen,
if it's standing
you gotta
up, it is vertical. It fits the definition of vertical.
You gotta listen to me, right? Or you'll never get through it. If you keep just blabbering, you'll never learn. How many degrees, did you hear that part? Off of vertical, the separate part, are your Eiffel Tower legs in your example? I'm done with this guy.
It was a great way to put it here.
You can answer that.
It's another non-answerable question from a guy that's not going to answer questions, obviously.
You could probably look it up. They probably have plans somewhere where they show you how many degrees those legs are off of vertical.
Yeah, you always see the Eiffel Tower used as an example of vertical. Isn't it?
The legs of the Eiffel Tower used as vertical. Yeah.
Did he leave?
No. He's still here.
Oh, he's still here?
Just goes
he's
quiet.
probably researching. He's probably Googling something.
Probably on
Was it the
Photoshop.
same
Like, square
designers
them
of
legs
the
up.
Leaning
No,
Tower?
I had to go get my son water.
So are you going to answer?
Fair enough.
Yeah, vertical is upright, so it's not
Yeah.
off vertical at all.
What?
there-
Isn't the
those-
legs?
Those legs aren't off any degree of vertical?
Vertical isn't defined only by at right angles to horizontal. That's
Well,
your
maybe-
problem of the linear definition that you are stuck to.
Maybe not in your mind or your geometry.
No, not
or
in
how you-
reality, not on the Earth, not in 3D world
Do
that
you
we
have
live in.
Do you have a definition of vertical that has states that vertical can be so many degrees off vertical?
I'd like to see that.
Silent. Maybe more.
You see how
word.
crazy it sounds
Yeah.
now.
Let's design the Eiffel Tower to be, I don't know, 30 degree at the bottom off of vertical, but they're vertical. I mean, I agree with him.
Vertical.
He's just doubling down on something that I kind of agree with him, but they're upright, I would say, right?
There you
They're
go.
The
upright.
legs.
Yeah, but
You
not
sure?
vertical.
That is vertical. Vertical in alignment in which the top is always above the bottom.
It doesn't matter what you call it.
What?
Vertical, the meaning. You use vertical when you're like plumbing, like using a level to get or a plumb bob or something. Find a vertical. It's quite specific.
The problem you have is I don't think Euclid's wrong, but you're using Euclid discussing 2D shapes.
Dude,
3D
don't
world.
stop it. Listen.
Excuse me.
How? No, wait a
Alright,
minute, Spot on. Let me finish this because I did this before.
Yeah.
How far did you get in the elements when you studied elements? Because you're talking about what Euclid said. How far did you get in the book that you're stating Euclid? Go on.
I don't know, 25 years ago, all the way through?
What, till you got to book 11?
I believe so.
The
I'd have to go
solid,
back and take-
solid geometry. Do you think he was talking about 2D in solid geometry, where the definition 1 states a solid object has length, breadth, and thickness? 3 dimensions. Did you never notice that Euclid actually went into 3D No, you were stating that Euclid only talked about 2D. He didn't. He went to 3D. It's the only geometry that makes it into 3D. Did you know that?
Spherical geometry is a thing.
Spherical geometry is what? Give me the definition of spherical geometry. And is it a true geometry as well? You state it like that. State it either whether spherical geometry is a true geometry and then state what the definition of it is. Is it 3D, for instance? Do you think spherical geometry is 3D?
It's the geometry of a
Make sure you get it
two-dimensional
right.
surface of a sphere.
2-dimension, right? So you're the one in 2D. You think spherical geometry is 2D?
Of a sphere.
Well, what's a 2D? What's 2D to you?
The surface of a sphere.
The surface of a sphere to you is 2D.
In spherical geometry.
2D to me is a plane. Like Euclid states in the first 10 books, where he has 2-dimensional geometry. Planar geometry, it's called, by a lot of people. But they don't realise that book 11, Euclid takes 2D geometry into the 3rd dimension. Reality.
Yeah, sorry, Bev. So what I was going to say is, have you ever seen? This is an alpha. Have you ever seen a design plan for an elevation of a building? You there?
Sorry, do you ask me something?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I have, but
So-
how big is the building you're talking about?
No. What I'm saying is when you got that represented on a 2D, well, it's a 2D representation, so it's on a piece of paper, so it's 3 dimensions in reality, and that is a drawing, yeah, to scale. And then you build the building, then you look at it like that, and you go, well, yeah, I did all the scale drawings, and it's exactly the same as it was on the bit of paper in reality. 3 dimensions, not 2.
You'd have to understand scale as well, though, Spot on you. It's like a multi-dimensional problem for him there.
What'd you say to that?
Sorry, I'm distracted. Say it again.
No thanks.
Anyway, if you can represent 3 dimensions on a 2D page, I'm sure you know, especially in drawings, diagrams.
You can't, though, can you?
I can. Can you?
Can you represent the 2D dimensional surface of a sphere on a 2-dimensional surface? I.e., can you represent a non-developable surface on a developable surface?
You do know that you can draw 3-dimensional shapes on 2D surfaces, yeah?
Show us.
What? Do you mean something that looks like one? Or an actual 3? Or you mean like you use so much lead that there's a pile of lead? And you go, look at that. That's a pile of coal.
Using
If you know
shading.
scale.
Yeah, I was waiting for Ben to say, okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you guys think that you draw an
No,
actual
we're
building
waiting.
on a page...
Yeah, but the what was better from Spot On. What?
What? Oh, man. I wasn't paying attention. Can you repeat that? No.
Go on. Just attempt to show us the non-developable surface on a developable surface. Go on.
It's in the chat.
What?
Look in the chat.
Yeah. What's that? What's that?
Well,
That's a drawing. That's a 2-dimensional drawing representing a 3-dimensional shape.
Representing.
That's the 2-dimensional surface of a sphere, is it?
It's just representing that.
That's what pictures do, Rakia.
Which bit is the 2-dimensional? Like the triangles or the star or the circle? Which bit's the 2-dimensional bit? What are we talking about?
2-dimensional, right?
Like, Rakia, do you think that you can live in a house that's drawn on a page?
No. It's 2D. Do you?
Is a building 2D, though?
When it's on paper, it is.
The plans,
Why are you
the elevation, the plan. Have you ever done anything?
And the Z-axis.
Yeah. And up until tonight, were you aware that Euclid did actually go into 3D? I mean, to get that, I'll find you a picture.
It's fine. Go ahead. But we're talking about what you were posting about his elements to do with perpendicular and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, you're making stuff up from earlier, were you?
No, did you guys take down your bot that was posting those truths all the time?
Oh, the truths. I don't know. Book 11, the definitions. I've even highlighted it a bit for you. Length, breadth, and thickness, that's 3, innit? Would you have them as being 3 dimensions? Or do you reckon that's where 3 dimensions came from? Because in book 1 he states that a plane surface has length and breadth. And then when we get into book 11, he obviously has to redefine that because we've got added the extra dimension. Reality dimension. Now, you don't think you live on a two-dimensional surface, do you? Whether it be a sphere or whatever you decide you want to call a two-dimensional surface. But you don't think you live on a 2D surface, do you?
Well, we don't want to go into whether a surface is two-dimensional. The debate.
Don't you? That's what I would say.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
I've asked people to take me there. I told them I would meet them there. Where's this place you speak of?
Well, what is the third dimension on a surface?
The height.
There's height on a surface?
Yeah. If it's got any curvature to it, yeah.
So where do you measure that? Do you have to go under the surface to measure it or above the surface to measure it?
Depends which way the curvature is, doesn't it?
Well, you tell me.
Well, if you can measure an elevation change, then that would be a rise or a fall.
Well, no, that would be above the surface, though. So
No, a fall in elevation would be a drop, wouldn't it? That would be below the surface, surely. An elevation change in the opposite direction.
But then you're not on the surface anymore. So then you've eliminated.
Yeah, of course you are. Where else are you on the surface? Do you know how to do surveying?
No, but this is what I'm talking about. You're talking about above a surface or below a surface. So
yeah, because that's where the measurements are made. Always above. You measure, you use a measuring rod in the vertical direction to measure the distance from the horizontal plane that you've established by a tool called a level. You measure the distance from that plane to the surface.
So we're not talking about only the surface then. There's the problem.
What?
You're creating a three-dimensional shape when we're trying.
In reality, I mean, where else would you do?
When you say Earth's surface, what do you mean by Earth's surface? Are you talking about the Earth's surface? Yeah, the one with the mountains and the roads and the...
When you talk about generally speaking the surface, you eliminate all topography.
Who does?
What?
That's right.
That is
when
the
people,
surface.
so you don't. People aren't saying that the Earth isn't flat because I see mountains and hills. You guys do realize that, right?
Say that again.
When people are talking about the shape of the Earth, and they're saying that it's not flat, they're not saying it's not flat because I see a hill or a mountain.
So are we going to call the surface or not? Like when you look at a ball, do you see the surface?
Of course. The surface of a sphere. Is that surface, if you're measuring on that surface, 2 dimensions? Or is it 3?
What about if there's got a lumpy bit in it? Would you call that the surface then? Like let's say a golf ball. Now, would you say that is the surface? Or where would you say the surface of a golf ball is? Do you eliminate all of the divots? Or do you sort of go around the outside of all of the divots? Or do you not say the divots?
What was said?
I'm talking about the surface. That's what we're saying. You said you eliminate things. Well, what surface would you eliminate on a golf ball? Because keeping it in the theme of balls, keep you happy.
Well, you have a bunch of dimples on a golf ball.
So would you eliminate the raises above the dimples, or would you eliminate the dimples? Where exactly would you choose to imagine the surface of a golf ball being?
Or is it between the two? Yeah, is it in the middle of the two, the mean?
Now might be a good time just to remind the audience of paralogism.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just saying. And it's a personal thing, right? Paralogism is a personal thing. I'm just reminding the audience for YouTube's sake. This is a fascinating discussion.
Yeah. What do you think, Alpha?
Of what we would need to do if we're talking about the 2D surface of a golf ball?
You think there's a 2D surface of a golf ball?
Is it on a piece of paper? Can you hit it?
So you guys are really struggling to understand that a surface is two-dimensional.
Hit it,
No,
Buster.
I don't think we're struggling at all.
I think you are.
No, I don't think so.
So what is the
Tell
third
us.
dimension on a surface that you're measuring?
What is the third dimension on the golf ball? You
The
seem to not.
surface. The surface, remember.
Point to the surface. Where is the surface
only.
on the golf ball? Where is it? Can you point to it?
Draw a line on it. That's your surface.
Well, wait a minute.
This isn't. Here's an easy
A
distinction.
mathematical line. You know that's impossible, right?
We will draw a line on the golf ball, and then you tell me what the 3 dimensions of that line are.
Hang on, Alpha. There is a picture of a golf ball that SE just put up in live chat. Can you point to what you would say is the surface of that 3D object? Imagining it's 3D. Of course, it's 2D. What I'm looking at.
Somebody draw a line on it.
So
you have to draw a line. Now, can we get? Can we
Because
just
it
get
makes
to?
it easier to
Whoa,
understand what the
Alpha.
surface is,
Can we
Bev.
get to the understanding of what a line is? What do you mean when you say draw a line on that ball?
We don't need to define a line.
No, we don't, because in geometry, a line is straight, isn't it?
Draw a straight line
On a golf ball? Are you
Correct.
crazy?
Draw a straight line on it.
You think you could draw a straight line on a ball? On a golf
Well, it depends
ball,
on
even?
if your hands are shaky or not.
Really?
Yeah, really.
So you define straight as only in one direction, right? It could be going down around the ball, but to you, that's still straight, correct?
Would you say if you drew without wavering that you drew a straight line?
That's what I thought. Okay. All right.
Paralogism.
Yep.
That's not paralogism.
Sir, yes, it is. This
No,
is
it's
definitely
not,
parallel.
because we're dealing with...
No, I'm sorry. It is.
Yeah, no, it's not, because it depends on your perspective.
It depends on your perspective.
Right.
Okay.
If you look at a line on a ball from above, it is a straight line. If you turn the line so that you're horizontally looking at that line, you see that it's conforming to the curvature of the ball.
Then is
But
it a
you
straight
didn't
line?
know that before then, now did you?
Is it a straight line? Is there objective truth?
You drew a straight line on a surface, right?
Not if it's on a ball, I didn't.
But how did you know that you weren't drawing a straight line?
It's not a straight line, Alpha.
How do you know
Is there
when you're drawing
objective
it?
truth? Is there objective truth? It's not a straight line.
So let me ask this then. You put a ball on a spindle and you touch your pen on the top of that ball. That pen never moves and the ball is rotated underneath it.
It's
You
not a straight
just
line.
did not draw curvature at all. Your pen didn't move one bit.
The
It is not a
ball
straight
already
line.
has the curvature.
Exactly.
Right, but
Constant
you didn't draw
curvature.
anything but straight. You did a point. So you can't prove that what you did wasn't straight.
What, a circle? You think drawing a circle proves straight on a ball?
You didn't draw a
For
circle.
reals?
You most certainly did draw a circle.
No, I didn't. I didn't move. My pen stayed in the same spot the whole time.
And you rotated the ball, you moppet.
Correct. So what I did was straight. It just happens to be conforming to the surface. Now, depending on the perspective you have, the line either looks straight or it looks curved as in conforming.
What, the circle that you've just drawn on a ball looks straight? Are you
It would,
crazy,
Bev.
dude?
It would look straight.
The circle would look straight. Classic.
You can't look at
Alpha
all sides at one time
GPC
now, can you?
2022. The
can you
circle
show
looks
me-
straight.
Show me
This
how you
is
look at all sides on a sphere at the same
paralogism.
time.
Paralogisms. Thank you for coming in with this one. Thank you.
This is perfect example.
I've got a definition up there. It says, what is the easy definition of a line? In geometry, a line is a straight, one-dimensional figure that does not have a thickness and it extends endlessly in both directions. Now, does a circle extend endlessly in both directions? Which are both directions of a circle, you muppet? Alpha. I would say a vertical has a endless up and an endless down, because it's a straight line, isn't it? It's not like a circle, is it? A vertical being straight isn't like a circle straight that you imagine. Would you call that a paralogism, Alpha? You know, like imagining a circle is a straight line and then trying to argue that it is actually a straight line when it's a fucking circle.
Now that has to be some parasophistry in there, right? I mean, there's no way that he can believe that a circle is a straight line. I don't even think he convinced himself of that.
No, I think it's a paralogism. It has to be, right? His model
You really
dictates.
think he believes that a circle is a straight line?
He has to. How many times have we heard it? I mean, I've heard it hundreds. It's where the
Alpha,
people have to end up
I
at.
never said a circle was a straight line.
You put a pen on a ball and rotated the ball.
Right.
That makes a circle on the ball. Surely. How would you possibly think that was straight? A straight rotation? Are you for real?
Surely you see that, Alpha, right?
All I'm saying is that you didn't do anything to draw a line in with 3 dimensions. Your pen didn't move.
So it was.
It doesn't
That
matter
was
how
in
you
3
do it.
dimensions, was it?
So
Then that
I'm
line
just showing
on the
that
ball.
it is possible that depending on your perspective, a line may look straight.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does,
isn't
because
straight,
if you
it's
don't have
curved.
the ability to look from a different perspective, then to you, that line is straight.
A
and you are
line
unable to
is
falsify that.
straight. That's the definition. Like, you don't honestly think that you have the power to redefine a line in geometry, do you? You, Alpha. Oh, great Alpha. I'm going to redefine a line in geometry by putting a pen on a ball and rotating the ball. Fucking hell.
Gotcha! You thought it was curved.
At what level did you get? Did you have a university teacher teach you this geometry, Alpha? Or are you just making shit up? Because your paralogisms tell you to.
So, Bev, you've never seen a straight line that turned out to be not straight.
Dude, if it's a straight line, it's fucking straight.
I can show you one.
If you
Yeah,
look at
it'll
a
be a
straight, if
straight
you look at
line.
if you look at what looks like a straight line and you find out it's not straight, then it's not straight.
It just
Then you don't
looks
go back
straight.
and go- And you go,
But if you
go
don't
back
have
and
the
go,
ability
damn,
to
that's
look
a
at
straight
it,
line.
you don't have the ability to look at it. How do you falsify that the line's straight?
You don't
If
have
I
the
put-
ability to look at it.
Yeah, from a different perspective, Bev. So let's put an image on the screen that is a ball. And then there's a line across it, which we can all see that
It's
the line
a ball,
is straight.
like you've just said.
So hold on.
It's a,
So
by
you look at it,
definition,
right?
if it's
So
a ball, it's
so-
not straight.
So you look.
It's a
you look at this
circle.
thing
We're
and
going to
you
put a
go,
picture of a
it's
circle
a straight
here,
line, yeah.
and we'll put
You're looking at a
a
straight line. And you
diameter
go,
on
right,
that
okay.
circle. That's straight.
Is it a straight line? And you go
But then
like you
we're
move
gonna
to the side
rotate
of it, and you go, still a straight line.
So now it's
Or
not straight.
look at the side and it's curved, and you go, oh, it's curved.
Uh-huh.
Alpha, are you under the impression that you can change a line if it's straight or curved just by a different observation?
I'm saying that the ability exists for you to not have the perspective to see that it's more than two-dimensional, that it has curve on it, that a straight line on a surface may look straight.
A straight line may look straight, but isn't really.
I knew he was going to go there. I knew he'd say it.
So a straight line may look straight, but actually be curved.
3D, right? A line has this ability to be 3D, thus proving, well, if you draw it on a fucking sphere, the sphere is 3D.
Whether you see it or not. This is as far as
Wow.
I've heard someone go in a long time. This is double, tripling, quadrupling down. You know, whether you see it or not, if you draw a straight line or if someone else draws a straight line, whether you see it or not, it's still straight, sir.
Is the surface of that sphere 2 dimensions or 3?
It's 3.
3.
Where's the third dimension?
Reality. It's a fucking reality
Define where the
shit.
third dimension on a surface is.
In reality, it's there because everything in reality is
On a
3D.
What is the third dimension?
Any to point at it.
I don't know. Grab something on your desk.
It's
What is the
3D.
third dimension
It's
to the
3D.
surface?
Are you sure you haven't picked up a 2D object there, Bev?
Yeah, that's a 2D object. That's why I ask people, where can we go on Earth? You said pull a string. Hang on. You said pull a string, right? On a ball or whatever. So how long would my string have to be on Earth to be on the surface of the Earth? And not be going up and down like having 3D. Or being 3D. You're in reality.
I think you guys could have a fun time debating whether the surface of something.
There's no debate about geometry, dude. Only morons debate geometry. Right? Do you think there's a debate about geometry?
There's a whole line of geometry that says the surface of a sphere is 2D, Bev, and you're arguing that it's not. So
well,
yes.
Which line of geometry is that?
Spherical geometry. The
Okay. Now, do you think you live on a 2D surface?
We're talking about spherical geometry.
We're talking about the sphere that you think you live on. Is that 2D?
Bev, spherical geometry doesn't say the sphere is 2-dimensional.
Do you think you live on a 2-dimensional surface? Do you think you live on a 2-dimensional surface? Very simple question.
Not what the shadow giants have told you. This is why it's personal, right? We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Paralogism, it's a personal thing, just like truth is. Truth.
I think I would have a difficult time talking through how the surface of anything, something 3D, for instance, like sphere, that the surface is 3D, not 2D.
Really?
Yeah, because it's just the surface. That's why I keep asking, what's the third dimension?
So you do think you live on a 2D surface?
The Earth is 3-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
I would have a hard time arguing that what I stand on is 3D.
You would have a
Just
hard
the
time
surface.
arguing it.
Yeah, because I see.
Okay, so you think
validity from
everything's
spherical
2D then?
geometry, that it's a 2D surface.
Yeah, so
This is a
everything
tough one.
you see
come
is
on,
2D, right?
Well, what's the third dimension? Because I need to go above
reality.
or below the surface to
Reality.
get the third dimension, and that
Yeah,
takes us away from
reality
talking about
is
just
well,
the
a water
surface.
level establishes a horizontal plane of even altitude. That means not elevation, not surface, altitude above. So, would you consider that as being 3D, right? Being above, off the surface, away from the surface?
Yeah, now you've pulled a third dimension. Yeah.
Okay. Now, since we measure from that to establish an elevation change, right, would you say that that is an even elevation or an even altitude? And is there a difference between an even elevation and an even altitude?
No, they're essentially the same thing.
Okay, that's good. So a horizontal condition is a condition of even altitude.
No.
Wow.
No, because if you had something that was 50 feet above mean sea level, and then 3 miles away you had something else that was 50 feet above sea level, that would be conforming to the measurement mean sea level, or the surface, the average surface altitude, elevation, and whatnot. It doesn't change the fact that if it was a flat plane, that wouldn't change, or if it was a curved plane, or I shouldn't say plane, a curved surface, that still wouldn't change.
Now, do you want to just have a look at this? And this is Merriam-Webster now. I'm not too sure how you're going to enjoy this or not. But you may agree. I mean, I don't know. It says, if you look there at number 3, it says a horizontal condition. Equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Right, but that doesn't talk about the...
It's a horizontal condition, but it does say that an even altitude is a horizontal surface. But it does say there as well, water seeks its own level. So I'm not so sure how much you could trust that definition there.
Does that definition apply to the surface of the Earth?
A horizontal condition of fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Now, what would you say that? Oh, it says a water seeks its own level. So water being that fluid. Yeah? That would be in reality. You've heard of water in reality, right?
Yeah, have you applied this? Like, seen
yeah, water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, isn't it?
Over what distance?
Any distance. What distance would you like it?
Well, do you think that it would work over 69 miles?
69 miles of what? Water level being a horizontal condition, yeah. Do you not?
You don't think that it would conform to the surface, and if the surface was curved, then
conform to the surface of what? Water? No. Water establishes the surface, doesn't it?
No, water conforms to the surface.
It doesn't.
Shape
the
of the
surface
Earth.
of what? There's stuff underneath it.
And that's
do you
been
think?
measured by people.
No,
right?
wait, no. You seriously do not think that water conforms to what, the container? Not on the top.
What container?
Not the surface of the water doesn't conform to what's underneath it, does it?
Not to one's underneath it. No, it fills.
Okay, so the surface of water establishes a horizontal surface of even altitude, right?
No, you would need to measure that to prove that's the
that's
case.
in the dictionary. It's just the Merriam-Webster dictionary. So can we say that you at this moment are disagreeing with definition number 3 within the Merriam-Webster dictionary?
No, I asked you what the definition of level is in application to the Earth, because that doesn't say anything about the
okay,
planet.
well, all of these things exist on Earth. Number one is the tool, a bubble level, because it says slightly bowed glass tube. That's a bubble level. Number two is a measurement of the difference of altitude of 2 points. That's surveying level, like we explained earlier, a vertical. And then number three is a horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface. That's describing a water level. So this is a bubble level, and this is a water level. Like in reality, yeah, that's where that exists, and it says it's a horizontal condition. Yeah, so are you saying, because I mean it does say there, equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. So that's saying that even altitude is a horizontal surface. Do you think that'd be right? Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that definition from the dictionary? I'll get you the other one. Are you getting anybody else to pull up the other Merriam-Webster one? Because we can go over that as well if you want. Here's one. Here's the definition 2 of 3 within that Merriam-Webster. It says there, to make a line or surface, brackets, close brackets, horizontal, make, flat, or level. I mean, that's Merriam-Webster using that. I'm sure they do that just to trigger people. It must trigger some people immensely, that. And then I'll get the other one. I'm surprised you've not brought it up. Have you not got anybody sending you definitions that you should be putting in?
Nah, it's arbitrary. You can go out and test.
You can go out and test what? Yeah, these are
Level,
tools for establishing. Yeah,
horizontal.
levels are tools for establishing horizontals.
Over what distance are they accurate, though? That's the question.
What do you want? How accurate would you like to be? What's your preferred accuracy of what level is? And what do you think the professionals? They're like, imagine the best professional that you know. How accurate have they told you they can be at establishing a level horizontal over distance? What?
Yeah, I don't know how long they're comfortable before it's off too much.
The horizontal, or their measurements,
Right?
What?
Like surveyors that go and say survey a lake and find out that the horizontal
sorry
diverge.
They
from
survey
either side.
lakes.
Yeah, they
what, to
survey
see how
lakes.
big it is, around the outside.
Well, I'm sure for various reasons why they survey it.
Do you think they measure the bit in the middle to see if it's any higher, or do you reckon they measure to see if there's a drop at each side of the lake, whether it gets lower at the other end? Which way do you reckon the surveyors would imagine that they?
Well, they would measure from the side, from the edge of either side.
And what would they be looking for? The hump in the middle or the drop of the other end? Hump or drop?
Do you really? This is a serious question. Do you really think that on the globe model that there's what you should perceive as a hump in the middle?
Blue, ask Blue.
Fucking damn well better be, considering they're using the goddamn word hump.
Yeah, Blue's got a 90-foot hump in the middle of Lake Pontchartrain. Rakia's lake. I mean, he's never seen it, Rakia. But Blue's adamant he thinks it's there. He does.
I've seen the 60-foot hump of the bridge. You can see that easily.
Yeah.
And it's out about the same distance that the 90-foot hump would be. That would be 150 foot above your toes when you're standing on the almost any shoreline at Lake Pontchartrain.
One end. Yeah.
You can see the 60-foot, but can't see the 90-foot. Strange that. Shout out to Blue. Oh,
Yeah.
by the way, they moved his balls and put them in storage again.
I saw that.
Blue's balls have been around.
Yeah. They've been put in the closet again. Wrapped it up. Nobody's looking at Blue's balls for a bit.
What happened to the presentation?
Oh, it was ruined. It was ruined by some ruffians saying that they were going to have a meet-up.
Right.
Yeah. Spoilt the whole party.
Back to the hump of water. By the way, water doesn't hump.
Yeah.
And when it's lower elevation vertical change, it flows.
Hey, don't use the word hump. I don't like that word.
Yeah, because the hump isn't an elevation change.
You looked it up. What is it?
It's conforming to the surface.
It's not an even elevation, is it?
The water is the surface.
Because it does say in that dictionary definition that it says there, what's it say? Equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. So you're saying that there's no change in elevation. Would you say then that's an even elevation? If there's no change. And would an even elevation be the same as an even altitude? Because Merriam-Webster seems to think that's a horizontal condition. So you've got a bit of
It would be the same, but there would be curvature.
What? Not to a horizontal condition.
The globe model, if you had something
Has anyone
over
told
a
Merriam-Webster?
long enough distance.
You don't
if
think
it was
it's
conforming and there
bendizontal,
was
do you?
no. See the
Do you
thing, if there was no elevation
do you imagine
change, then there would be
bendizontal?
curvature in it. So the reason LIGO has elevation change is because there's no curvature just in it.
Ooh, he's got. Sorry, there's an elevation change.
Hold on. I've heard this said I don't know how many fucking times. And you just said something that backtracked everything that everybody else said. So you're telling me that LIGO is actually straight? There's no curvature to that shit, right?
LIGO is straight. That's why there's an elevation change along it.
Oh, we got that shit. There you go.
I think that you're confused about what people have said about LIGO.
No, I'm definitely not confused. I know exactly how straight, what straight is. I think you're the one who's a little confused on what straight might actually be because you keep using the word model.
Well, no, what he's done, Turn Up, what he's done is, see, he said that it's straight as is horizontal, and a horizontal is an even altitude, which it's obviously off the floor. So you could say LIGO is an even altitude, but you don't think that, do you? Alpha.
No, it was measured to not be of even altitude.
So it's not horizontal. That's one thing we would definitely be able to say.
So that's what you're mistaken. LIGO is horizontal. That is why
well, it's an even altitude then, surely.
It's at uneven elevation. That's why.
But it's an even altitude, right? So there's a difference now between even altitude horizontal.
No, that's the thing with LIGO.
Merriam-Webster's got that bit wrong then. Or is it just that a fluid? Is it just a fluid that has a horizontal of even altitude? And because LIGO is a laser, then that can be horizontal, but it's not a horizontal of even altitude, is it? According to you. In your paralogistic mind.
No, use the word that he's using in his model. And like I was about to ask before, Alpha, I just need you to be honest. This isn't a trick question. Just be honest. Do you live on a model or do you live in reality? Because the last time that I checked, Reality is where we are, and what you keep talking about is just a fucking model. Has no basis or lines in this fucking place that we're at.
The model
It
was
was
developed based
literally,
upon reality.
the globe was literally made from back engineered shit from this fucking place, whether you want to believe it or not.
You're welcome to believe whatever you want to believe, but the model was only created because of measured reality.
Your model has everything you touch as being 2D. That's your model tells you that. Nobody else has told you to say that. Just your model. And the people that you talk to within this argument, right? That's your model that's told you 2D. Nothing else.
Go take a walk on the surface of the Earth and tell me it's 2D.
Alpha,
The surface?
can you hand me that 2D hammer over there, please?
I'm waiting for somebody to tell me what the third dimension of a surface is, without going below the surface or above the surface, which goes away from the surface.
Okay, so I'll just answer then. None of us are here as smart as you, so just tell us the answer.
No, I'm saying it's an interesting thing.
No,
It's an interesting debate.
It's interesting that you don't seem to understand what reality is.
No, I understand what reality is.
Right, so why do you not realize that 2D is not possible? Why are you struggling with that?
Yeah, of all areas to be struggling in.
Have you ever experienced 2D, Alpha, in your life?
I guess when I'm standing on a surface.
So standing on a surface, you experience 2D?
Yeah, he thinks all surfaces are 2D. He's a traditional 2D earther, developed by the globe model, given to us by the globe.
No, but because Bev,
He's a globe 2D earther. Which is a contradiction, right? It's a paralogism. How can't you see it? Well, you can't see it because you're paralogism blind, obviously.
On a surface, I'm only drawing the X or the Y axis. What's my third?
He's parablind.
Yeah. You can't. Why can't you see the difference between 3D and 2D?
I can. That's an additional dimension.
Right. So when you look at a ball, what is it that you see?
Well, I see a ball has.
You see the surface,
and it has.
You see the surface of the ball, don't you? Can you see anything other than the surface of that ball? And yet, you imagine, because your model has dictated to you, that you're looking at a 2D. It's amazing that we wrap around.
It said that I'm looking at 2D, Bev.
That's why the golf ball analogy is so important here. Because when you look at a golf ball, pick one up, look at it. It's a 3D object. Look at the surface of it. The surface is not 2D.
Well, what's the third dimension of the surface?
We just said go back to the dimples. Which parts are not? Which parts are not? It's 3D.
We need to get a third dimension. You need to go away from just being on the surface.
It is a third dimension. The whole thing is 3D, yeah?
Just the surface is not. The ball is, but the surface isn't. I think that's the problem with people talking about spherical geometry. It's hard to conceptualize.
So anybody that is on a hilltop, if I'm on a hilltop, yeah? And I'm standing there. You're actually saying that I'm not standing on the surface of the earth.
I'm saying that you're only talking about the surface. You're not talking about the three-dimensional hilltop shape. It's only the surface of.
So
I don't know,
I'm
it's a
not
weird thing.
standing on the surface. Come on, dude. You came in here, we were having a really good
He wants
conversation
to
about
be.
paralogism and discussed all that, and here you are, man. Come on.
He's a
Come on,
flat
hold on.
earther. Come on, let's have it. He's trying to convince you he's a glober, but he's trying to tell you it's 2D.
No,
I mean,
I'm
like, this
laughing
is a
just-
confused flat earther,
No, Bev.
or
this is
some sort
funny.
of
You can't-
really weird paralogism. Like,
No,
how
this
do
is
you
funny,
end up coming in here, defending a model, trying to tell us that you're a 2D flat earther?
No, Bev, this is I find this funny. The fact that this can go on like this. It's like watching that debate I mentioned before of people debating whether if you were
There's
in
no debate.
water, whether you were wet or not.
That's not what's going on here. We're
No,
talking
it's-
about somebody who has a paralogism that wants to keep telling people the surface is 2D, but doesn't seem to realise what the fuck 2D is.
I know what 2D is, and you still can't tell me what the third dimension of the surface is, because you keep going away from the surface, and you don't see that.
The third dimension that you're thinking of, and I'm just guessing at this, I don't actually know, right? So everybody else in here that's listening, I'm just guessing, I don't know. Is the third dimension that you're talking about volume?
I guess the surface wouldn't have volume, would it?
Okay. So
the surface of Earth in reality.
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about the Earth, it's a little bit different.
No. That is what we're talking about. The surface of the Earth.
That's literally what we're talking about.
He just did the Earth, right? Don't give him big E.
I mean, can you answer that simple question?
In reality, if we're only talking about the surface, we need to go away from the surface to find a third dimension.
Have you gone this deep where you have to think that long to the answer to that question to make yourself seem smart?
I'm reasoning with myself about this now.
Okay, fine.
well.
Let's go further. Can you touch it? The surface of Earth I'm talking about.
Sure.
Can you walk on it?
Sure can. But
Can
why?
you point to it and see other people doing the same thing?
You can, obviously.
Are you in reality when you're doing that?
As long as it's not a simulation.
Is there anything in reality that you can touch, walk on, see, smell, whatever, that's 2D?
The surface?
Is there anything in reality that you can touch, walk on, pick up, do whatever with in reality? Is there anything that's 2D?
The thing is, I'm holding more. If I pick up a ball, I'm holding more than just the surface. I think that's the problem.
What?
Yeah, but
You're touching the surface, right?
The surface isn't a shape.
It's everything
It's
you
just
see.
surface.
It's not rocket science. He's asking literally the simplest question.
He's too far gone, man.
Yeah,
Dug in
he
deep
has to
like
answer.
a
He has to
Alabama
answer
tick.
that way. Yep. Yeah, an Alabama tick. I love that.
No, you guys like debating things like this. It's interesting.
You think there's a debate on what 2D and 3D is? Seriously?
No, that's not what's debating. Is a surface 2D?
What?
That's what the debate is. Is a surface of, say, a
A
sphere?
surface
is that
or a
2D?
superficies? Can you make a distinction between the two? Or is there a blur? Is there a paralogism, a definitional shift paralogism in what you call a surface? Like, can you call a horizontal plane a surface of even altitude?
It wouldn't be on the Earth. Horizontal plane would not be even altitude.
But that's what it says, right?
No, that
In
definition.
Merriam-Webster's dictionary
Where
says
does it talk to the
horizontal
Earth, though, Bev?
condition,
Where does it talk to
especially
the Earth?
equilibrium
You're
of a
conflating-
fluid marked by horizontal surface of even altitude. Water, that's like water. Have you ever heard of water?
You're conflating.
Does water exist where you say Earth is? Does water exist in reality?
Of course, but
Right.
you're still
Okay, now
conflating.
that's good. Now, does the surface of water establish a horizontal condition of even altitude?
On the Earth, is that the question?
Well, in reality, where else do you want to go? Can
So
you
then
can
on
you
the
go
Earth,
somewhere
no, it
else?
doesn't.
It doesn't.
No, because the
So
if it's
Merriam-Webster,
altitude, it would not be horizontal.
Merriam-Webster have made a mistake within
No, where
their
does-
definition of level, according to
Where
you.
does Merriam-Webster say Earth? Show me.
Water. Where does water
Where does,
exist?
No, where does it say Earth? Show me the word Earth.
Why? What's up with you? Why?
You
Why
are
are you
conflating that
talking
they're
about
talking about
Earth?
the Earth. I said
I'm
they're not
talking about
talking
no.
about
They're
the Earth.
talking about a horizontal condition of a tool called a level that says equilibrium of a fluid. Have you heard of fluids?
So Bev, are
Do
you saying they're talking
fluids?
about the
Wait,
Earth?
well, no. We'll get this out. Do fluids exist?
Yes.
In reality, right?
Yes.
Now, do those fluids establish a horizontal surface of even altitude?
Where?
Where else can you go? I can only go like outside my door. In reality, the place where I live, that's where I can do this. Now, where do you think Merriam-Webster are talking about water seeking its own level? Where do you think that happens?
You seem to think they're talking about the Earth, but they've mistaken.
I'm talking about
and
in reality, no
accidentally not
doubt.
said the Earth.
They're
So
saying
you are
about water.
Are you conflating, Bev? Are you saying they're definitely talking about the Earth?
Are you saying Earth for some unknown reason when the definition doesn't state Earth? Why do you
So we
think
can't-
Earth
we can't not
makes
apply it
any
to Earth, then.
fucking difference?
Because I asked you if we were talking about the Earth, and you said yes. So
Are you talking about
drawing the
in
line,
reality?
they're
Is that what you're talking about? Because water isn't Earth, obviously. And Earth isn't a fluid,
that, Bev.
obviously.
So we're not talking about the Earth because
We're
Merriam-Webster's
talking
not
about
talking
water.
Right, but not
Establishing a horizontal condition of even altitude. Now, I know you wanting to establish that the Earth's surface is 2D may have nothing to do with what water levels do, establishing a horizontal surface, right? According to Merriam-Webster. You seem to have a big, massive problem that Merriam-Webster haven't mentioned the Earth
No, here's
in
the thing,
a
Bev.
definition for a water level.
Are we talking about the Earth or are we talking about Merriam-Webster?
You seem to be talking about the
Which
Earth
one?
an awful lot. Why are you talking about the Earth?
Which one are
Is
we
it because you
talking
want
about?
to get to
Just
your
Merriam-Webster?
2D Earth surface?
Are we just talking about Merriam-Webster or are we going to talk? Are we talking about the Earth?
You're talking about the Earth. This Merriam-Webster thing that I was explaining to you states that a horizontal surface of even altitude. Now, is that okay with you? Is it a horizontal surface and even altitude? Forget about what it is that establishes it. Is a horizontal surface even altitude, Alpha?
Not in application to the Earth. I
Okay.
don't see what they're saying is wrong. No.
So there's nothing wrong with that.
No, because they're not talking about the Earth. You established
No,
that.
they're talking about a water level, aren't we? Right?
Right, but not as
And
it
that's got
pertains
nothing
the
to
Earth.
do with the Earth. Right? Because it's water. And you don't seriously don't think water is Earth, do you?
Water exists on the Earth. Do you disagree?
Well, obviously, water establishes a surface of even altitude, a horizontal surface of even altitude, according to Merriam-Webster.
No, because we just established they're not talking about the Earth, and you agreed.
Well, where are they talking about then?
I don't know. You were the one conflating that it's the Earth.
We're talking
And
about
then
water
you
levels.
denied it.
I mean, everybody, sure? Are you sure you won't know what you're talking about? Are you sure?
You
want?
figure out
Do
what
you
we're
want the
talking
surface of Earth to be 2D? And that's why this is because it's talking about even altitude, which means
Wait,
it's
Bev,
off the
you
Earth.
make sure
it's
you're
above.
okay with Merriam-Webster not talking about the Earth, and then we can
Above
talk
you, it's
about...
not. It can't be talking about the Earth because it's establishing an even altitude. And if you know anything about this, elevation is the floor, the surface of the Earth, mountains to whatever height you want to go to. Now, above that, we call an altitude. It's off the Earth. So that's why the water level establishes a horizontal surface of even altitude because it is away from the Earth. Now, I know you're fine with that because you just want to be obsessed with the surface of the Earth being 2D. And we're just talking about a water level which obviously gets used above the surface. It couldn't be on the surface, the water level, could it? Because then it would be elevation. But if it was, then it would be an even elevation too, wouldn't it?
So if the Earth was curved, had a curved surface, and you put something perfectly horizontal
logic,
along a
please.
certain
No,
depth-
this is
framing a
logic night.
question.
Yeah, so
Don't
you
get
say
confused. Don't get confused,
if
Bev.
the
I'm
Earth
framing a
is a
question.
curved surface or a spherical surface, then
I'm asking a question, just framing it for you.
okay.
And we put a horizontal plane across a certain distance, say 3 miles or kilometers.
Which one?
What would it look like?
Which
from
one?
terms
3
of
miles
elevation?
or 3 kilometers? Which one are you talking about? Because they're two different things. You do realise that, don't you? Or just because they have the
I
same
do. Do you
number
know what the
3 at the
difference
beginning
is?
of them. What
Do you know
between
what the difference is?
the difference between kilometers and miles?
Yeah, so if I had 3 miles, how many kilometers would that be? Do you know?
3? Because you said 3 or 3. Like,
So 3 miles, how many kilometers would that be?
I don't know. You said your example. Is that what
I'm
you're talking
asking,
about
Bev,
now? 3
this is a
miles
direct
or
question.
3 kilometers?
If I have a line 3 miles long, how many kilometers is that?
I don't know. It's not 3 kilometers though, is it? Because you said a line
So you
3
don't-
miles
so
or
you
3
don't know.
kilometers.
You don't know? Did you just say you don't know?
I haven't. Yeah, I'm not looking it up. But I'm trying to
don't
get
need
you
look it
to
up,
be.
Man, it's easy.
I'm trying to get you to be
4.8.
certain, right, of what you're talking about. So are
Roughly
you talking
4.8.
about 3 miles or 4.8 kilometers, or are you talking about 3 miles or 3 kilometers? Which one are you going to stick to when we're making a horizontal line?
It doesn't matter really
Okay.
in the frame of the question.
Because it would be endless, right? It's just a line. It goes in both directions endlessly, like we explained earlier within the definitions.
No, we talked about the length of the line in this case.
Okay.
So, on the globe model, would you agree that the elevation along that horizontal line would be different at each end versus the middle?
You mean if you were to put a horizontal on a globe model, would the
Correct,
elevation of the horizontal be any different?
Correct. So like say you put a ball down and you got a meter stick and you
Yeah.
put the meter stick on top of the ball.
Yeah.
So obviously you can see that the elevation is lower at the center point than it is on the sides. That's what you
No.
would expect
No.
on the globe, right?
Okay, no. Well, I would tell you now. If, for instance, you get a ball and you put a meter stick, I'd say level, on the top of the ball, right, and make it horizontal, then there would be no elevation change on that horizontal.
If you put it on a ball.
Wherever you put it. If you made it horizontal, there would be no elevation change on it. But the ball, you would know there was an elevation change on the ball because there is a high spot in the middle. And it changes elevation all the way over. That's why you call a hump at the top. And then a drop from that hump.
Elevation is deviation from the surface. So above the surface would be the elevation, right? So if something's touching the surface, it's elevation 0.
No, the surface is the elevation. You have to measure the height of the surface to measure the elevation height of the surface. Yes.
No, no, Bev, that's incorrect.
Yes, that's how we know mountains are at an elevation of X feet. Miles, well, it depends what you want to call it, right? Any measurement distance you want to put onto it. But that's how we know. They have a vertical height difference away from the mean sea level, right?
Right. So the meter stick that we just showed, on either side, it's essentially as high as a mountain. So just what you said, it's got elevation.
No, the meter stick would be horizontal. There is no elevation change to a horizontal.
So if you put a meter stick on a ball, are you saying that meter stick now conforms to the surface of the ball, so it's got no elevation across it?
When you say conforms, you do realize that it conforms to the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Is that what you're going with? Because that's water, isn't it? The liquid parts of the Earth's surface. And
look at the image I just posted, Bev. It looks like a ball with a meter stick on top of it.
Yeah, but you said the Earth's surface, right? The even elevation.
So
yeah,
that's depicting the Earth's surface.
But it does say the water, doesn't it?
No, but we're talking about elevation. We give an example.
Yeah, we're talking about water, and Merriam-Webster states the equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
How did you mistake putting a meter stick on a ball and asking about elevation had anything to do with water?
Because you said... Go on, what did you say? What's your definition of elevation?
Deviation, height, whatever you want to call it, above the surface.
The surface of what?
Whatever we're talking about at the time. If we want to use the surface of the Earth, fine.
Okay, so we use the surface of the Earth at the top of a mountain. Is that a 0 elevation?
No, it would be 29,304 or whatever Everest is, feet.
Right, an elevation.
Correct.
And that you would measure that vertically, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So vertically measured from what?
The surface. Well,
the surface of the mountain, right underneath the mountain. It's not the surface, because the surface is the bit that you've just measured. That you've just said 29,000 feet. So that's the surface of the mountain is measured as a distance from the surface.
From the average mean sea level, yeah.
Okay. So where's that then? It's a point in it.
So take a look at the image I
It's
posted.
A point, isn't it? The average mean sea level is a point, isn't it?
It's an average elevation. You can use it as a point anywhere.
Yeah. And you can measure a vertical distance from that point. with a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal plane of even altitude. Just like water level.
So take a look at the image I posted. That's like having a meter stick on the top of a ball.
Yeah, and that's the hump that Blue imagines. You know, Blue unclamped that. Do you imagine that's horizontal? Which one do you imagine's horizontal in that?
The blue line is horizontal.
LIGO.
It's a tangent on a sphere.
You're not going to have LIGO as being... All of LIGO is horizontal. Really?
It is.
Wow. Do you really understand globe geometry?
I do.
That's blasphemous, that. So you think LIGO is horizontal?
LIGO is horizontal, and that's
the entirety
why the
of LIGO
changes.
The X and the Y.
We're talking about the arms, the tubes.
Yeah, like we could call one X and the other Y. Horizontal. Yeah.
So the tube is horizontal.
Yeah, both arms.
Yep, and we're just looking at one arm in the picture I posted there, obviously.
And the picture you posted. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's a horizontal arm. And what's that? Is that Louisiana, then? Is that the shape of Louisiana? With the hump.
Get which one that is.
Have you got an elevation profile of the other arm? Do you reckon the other arm's horizontal too?
I don't have it handy, but
no. Who have you got on your team? Have you got Blue here to help you? Blue's leading this, isn't he?
No, because we can just deal with the one that we're looking at.
But that one's horizontal. Would you imagine that the other one might not be horizontal? Some sort of a slope on the other arm for LIGO?
Are you saying that blue arm is not level? It's not straight?
No, it's straight. Yeah. And horizontal, he's saying.
He's agreeing to that. Okay,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, I said that's blasphemous for the globe model. I don't think he realizes
Blue ain't gonna like that. Yeah. Oh, no.
No, what are you guys misunderstanding about what Blue is saying? The measured elevation is different because it is horizontal and level.
Horizontal and level?
Sorry, not horizontal and level.
Oh.
In the middle.
What? What's not horizontal and level?
It's horizontal, and that's why there's an elevation change.
Oh, so this is this to you a proof that level isn't horizontal? Because one arm is horizontal of LIGO. And you think that one arm that is horizontal has a different elevations at each end of it?
It was surveyed to have different elevations at each end.
Mm-hmm. And you know that using differential leveling, you use a tool that establishes a horizontal to measure differences in elevation of the land. Puts you in a bit of a predicament.
No predicament.
Yeah, it looks like you've got a horizontal that gets higher at each end.
No, it stays horizontal.
Yeah, but it gets higher at each end like there, surely.
Yeah, think of a tangent on a circle, Bev.
Think of a tangent on a circle.
Right. If you have a horizontal line touching the surface at one point, i.e. a tangent, this is exactly how it looks and works.
Exactly. Nice. So you've got a horizontal with differing elevations at either end from the center.
Right, as measured to the curved surface underneath it.
Sweet. So if you were to put a ball at one end of that horizontal, either end, both ends of that horizontal, what would happen to it?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Well, the gravity is pulling it down.
Mm-hmm.
Where
you've
are you
got a
putting the
lower
ball?
elevation in the middle.
Doesn't matter.
Oh.
You know that no matter where you walk on the earth, you are on top.
So you wouldn't have balls rolling to the center?
No.
No. If you had a pipe that was horizontal and you were to put water in it, would the water go to the center?
How much water?
How big's the pipe?
Yeah, that's all the questions that you need to answer, right?
I've got a clue. What do you think would happen to the water? Would it establish a horizontal surface of even altitude, or would it have different altitudes? How could it possibly establish a horizontal plane of even altitude if it had an uneven elevation? Wouldn't that be a contradiction? I guess you've got the model that'll sort that out, right? Blue might be able to help you. Have you ever faced that question before? How can you have an even altitude but an uneven elevation if it's established by water, which...
You wouldn't. Elevation and altitude are the same thing.
Oh. So when Merriam-Webster says water level establishes an even altitude, you would mean it establishes an even elevation. It's really weird that Merriam-Webster said that's a horizontal condition. I think you should be putting a complaint in. It doesn't fit your model at all, that, does it?
Even where's Wally would be sore at him. No frictionless skateboard then.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to realise that there are no horizontal planes or lines on the globe model. He's keen on that model, but...
No, you can always establish horizontal, no matter what the surface is.
In reality, yeah. Because nobody imagines the globe model. No. The globe model doesn't have any geometric horizontals. You have to change that. That should be your first thing. Somebody should have told you that.
Bev. It is horizontal.
And straight, which is a problem for you, because that's not
a problem at
they'll
all.
be coming to tell you. Don't worry about it. Somebody should be sending you a message pretty soon. Hey,
It's like when you
look, Wally's coming. Wow, dude, you're in trouble.
Survey each side of a lake, you establish a horizontal plane, and then you find out, are those horizontal planes on either side parallel, or do they converge? Easy.
Horizontals are always parallel. It is dead easy.
No, the globe model would have an unlimited number of horizontal planes that converge.
Well, that's where, in reality, all horizontals are parallel. So, I mean,
you would have
what's
to go
that
out and
you
test
say? What
that,
are you
Bev.
saying about your model? Yeah.
You would have to go out and test that and prove that that is true. You can't just say it's true. You would have to go and prove it's true.
You can prove it's true in geometry, right? Mathematics and geometry, that's where proofs are. And you can definitely prove that all horizontals are parallel.
Use the earth wherever I want.
All horizontals will always be parallel wherever you are. That's true. It's unfortunate, isn't it? I don't know how you choose to get around that with your paralogisms.
Get around what, sorry?
The fact that all horizontals are provably parallel.
You're going to have to go to the Earth
Got
and apply that.
t-shirts.
You can't take a geometric definition and say, I can apply this unilaterally everywhere.
But you can. Like, do you
No,
say
you
you can't?
can't.
You say you can't.
You have to test it. You have to go and test it in reality, Bev. You can't just say it's reality. You have to go test it in reality.
But
Like
the
surveyors
horizontals. Oh, right. The horizontals, you say. Surveyors have done what? They've
Right,
tested
surveyors go out
horizontals and... What? What have they done? What?
Yeah, part of what they do is they establish horizontal and they compare horizontal on one side of a lake, say to another side of a lake, or to a plumb line from here to this distance away. And what do they find?
They're perpendicular. Always. Every
No.
time.
They diverge.
What? No.
I know,
Vertical
shocking.
and horizontal are always perpendicular. Always.
One vertical is perpendicular to that particular horizontal. If you move 2 miles away, you've got a different horizontal to make vertical with now.
The horizontals
Surveyor.
will be parallel, though, definitely. Right?
What surveyor did that?
Any surveyor.
I'll
Don't,
take that
please, no, please don't speak ill of things that you haven't got a fucking clue. There are professional
Are you actually
people.
going to read through some testing that's been done by surveyors?
I will take that bet that any surveyor has done that.
I didn't say every surveyor
Any,
has done that. I said
any,
any
he
surveyor
said,
can do that.
any.
of them.
Yeah,
Fuck's
any
sake.
surveyor can do that, Bev. Do they spend their
Show
time
me
to go out there and
one.
do that?
Show me one. Not any,
Jesse
just one.
Kozlowski's
Any one.
website.
Give over. Jesse
Go to
Kozlowski's
Jesse's.
fucked off, if you've not noticed. He's not here. That means he can't defend what he said or what you're saying he said. Because you've imagined it. He didn't actually say that. You've been fooled by a wizard trick into stating stupid shit that you can't defend. And saying Jesse's name doesn't mean shit. He's
Have a
not
read,
here.
Bev. Have a read.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Read in detail. He goes into
He says he thinks.
amazing detail.
Yeah,
there.
you've imagined that you think there's
Not
a
imagined,
drop
Bev.
at the
Not
other
imagined.
end of the lake.
Go and look at his methodology behind the testing that he did and all his
It's
measurements and
ridiculous.
whatnot,
That's
and
why he's
falsify
not
it if you can.
here.
Can
He's
you falsify
not
what he did?
here.
Doesn't
Yes.
matter, Bev.
Yes,
Doesn't
I
matter.
can falsify
Can
it.
you falsify
That's why he is not here.
He doesn't need to
Because
be.
he cannot defend it.
I just
He-
had surveyors.
Go on.
I just had surveyors deny me to shoot over a lake on one of my properties to get surveying done because they said it would affect the measurements too much. So they moved and actually had to do 2 different shots to get the elevation that we needed. Wouldn't shoot over the water, the huge lake. We have to dig retention ponds now for our developments because we can't force any water into the city drainage. We have to use retention ponds for all our developments. And they wouldn't take their shot over the water because, well, surveyors won't do that.
Because of refraction?
Well, you can ask surveyors why they want, or you can trust Jesse, somebody on the internet. These are real world surveyors that I pay, and they wouldn't do it.
They
They
definitely
said
wouldn't say
distortion.
there's a drop at the
No.
other fucking side.
They said distortion is the word they used. Too much distortion.
Yeah, that's
So
because of
the-
refraction.
Yeah, so you're saying that Jesse didn't have refraction or that he calculated it?
You do have
He
to do
measured
some
a
accounting
drop,
for
is
it.
what he said.
You can
Measured
check that-
a drop, not refraction. Is it changed now?
They're different things. Do you not like you're just
Yeah, so
blabbering stuff you've heard.
did Jesse measure a drop at the other side of the lake, or did he just see refraction?
through what
I've already read it through.
if you're asking that, you haven't read it.
He's
through.
a lying bullshitter.
you
Jesse
haven't
Kozlowski
read
is
through.
a lying bullshitter, and he's given you a paralogism. The shadow giant of Jesse Kozlowski has laid for you a paralogism that you are now stating Jesse Kozlowski measured the drop of a lake on the other side of it.
You haven't read it.
You
don't know the difference
dickhead.
between miles and kilometers, the most basic thing out there. You're like,
Okay, so it does seem strange that on this subject, like on Discord, the only surveyor y'all ever, like, you never have real world, you know, this surveyor was on my land, or this, you know, I talked to this surveyor on the phone, or my friend is a surveyor and he says we shoot over lakes and refraction isn't a problem. You always have Jesse, and he's no longer around. He's gone. You're defending someone who doesn't even want to come around and defend himself.
Surveyors make their money by doing other things other than talking about flat Earth and the shape of the planet.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about doing surveying. I talk to surveyors all the time, every day almost.
And have you asked them to give you any surveying books so you can see if it references?
I have several surveying books. Why do I have to ask?
Who's obsessed with the fucking Earth here? Not us, dude. It's you. No, we're talking about level and horizontal and geometry and logic and reality.
You're not, because level isn't defined in geography.
I didn't say nothing about level.
In geography.
Bev did. Bev just did.
Well,
geography.
No, that was a response to Bev. Not to you,
respond to me. Respond to me then. I just talked to surveyors 2 weeks ago that wouldn't shoot over a pond trying to establish a horizontal so we would know the drop from that horizontal for drainage on this development.
They don't want to work with dumb flat earthers.
No, it is probably because they're worried about their measurements being off. Because
are you another one of these 2D flat earthers, Brenda? You are another. It's 2D earthers. They're coming in droves. They're not scared to show you the flat earthers now either.
Hey Bev, I was trying to.
It's his logic night, right? Yeah, but Brenda rudely interrupted you, right?
But
no, you did.
You don't know anything about logic, Bev.
Yeah, that's a brilliant excuse, Brenda. Well done. Yeah.
Why don't you tell me something about logic?
Wait, can we let him respond, please? So why wouldn't they do it? Do you think?
I'm going to guess because they basically are paid to confirm the results, and they were concerned that there may be variances due to refraction, so they were not confident in doing that.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess, Raki. I don't know for sure, but
yeah, they use distortion in their language when I talk to them, why they wouldn't do it and why they would take longer and why they had to charge me more and just couldn't take this one shot. And it was just coincidental. You know, we were just, you know, we were doing other shots in the area of, you know, on the east side of the lake, and we needed to take a shot from a benchmark on the other side that the city had.
Why don't you do it, Rakia?
Brenda, I do it every day.
And Rocky, I wouldn't put it past them to.
Well, I do it. I don't know what you're talking about.
That it would be just because they can charge you more money. That their variance would be so slight, but I don't know.
Maybe a half inch.
Wow.
How many inches would it be? Maybe 2 inches?
I don't know. I mean, refraction over water can really change things, but I don't know the distance that they're measuring over, et cetera, et cetera. Right. But I wouldn't put it past them to just be, hey, guess what? We can't do it here. I know you want us to, but we need to charge you.
Okay. Did they measure a drop, Rick? Here, did they measure a drop from the horizontal?
Well, they're measuring all types of. We're creating slope.
There you go.
That's what we're doing. We're creating a horizontal to establish how much fall we need to drain the development into the retention pond.
So you're measuring from the horizontal then, right?
Of course. That's the established baseline. Every time you set up, you're establishing a horizontal plane. So you can measure up or down from that to know what you need.
Can we just check with Alpha? Alpha, do you think Jesse Kozlowski measured a drop from the horizontal when he measured across the lake?
I think you should take
From
a look
one
at what
side
he
to
did.
the other.
It's pretty detailed what he did.
Oh, wait a minute. He measured over a lake? Why would he do that? When you just agreed that it would be more distorted over water, why do you think he did that?
Maybe he talks about it in there. I don't know what the differences would be or how much it would matter for time of year and day.
Well, you were quick
etc.
to call my surveyors that I hired dishonest, just trying to charge me more money. But now you're saying, that Jesse did it for a very particular reason, you guess.
I think it's also been done over land.
See this?
It has. You can do multiple things. You can.
Can
use
I
model
come
level.
back to just point out the fact that Jesse Kozlowski is the originator of the double drop hump?
What are you talking about, Beth?
Well, because Jesse Kozlowski said that the water drops away from the horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. But then went to Lake Pontchartrain and showed that there was a rise, a hump.
Yeah, there's at both ends, isn't that right? It's at both ends. It drops at both ends, doesn't it, Bev?
The hump?
No, the drop.
Well, where's the hump come from?
The drop is at both ends, isn't it?
The drop is at both ends. What are you talking about?
You set up 2 stations, 2 total stations.
It's a horizontal. Are we talking about Lake Pontchartrain now, or what? Are you talking about the lake?
About any of these so-called measurements.
Yeah. Okay.
The surveyor will measure a drop at both ends.
A drop from horizontal.
Yes.
Of each side of a body of water.
On the land.
Yeah. So if we were to set up 3 posts a mile apart, then put a water level into where would the water level be in relation to the horizontal marks on the posts?
Well, level means conforming to the surface of the earth, so they would all be at the same
What,
level.
you mean level is conforming to the mountains and valleys? I don't think that's right.
So, Bev, if you set up 2 total stations, right, say a mile apart, you will be able to measure a drop at both stations.
What, both stations will drop?
No.
But they are where they are.
A drop from horizontal, right?
I don't know. If that's what you say. I mean, are they at the same elevation?
Well, they wouldn't have to be at the same elevation.
Let's say a canal then, 1 mile long, or 3 miles.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, what about the surface of that at one end?
It would drop.
One end of the canal would drop.
You would set up a horizontal, right? You would establish plumb, your zenith, and establish a horizontal, and then you would measure a drop, 8 inches per mile, right?
Well, I don't know. You say so in a mile. There would be. You imagine there would be an 8-inch drop of the water level.
Approximately, yeah. That's the approximate drop, right, from the horizontal.
Right. You do know how water flows, right?
You go to the other end.
Yeah.
And you would measure the same drop. You point it back at the other station, and that other station would drop at 8 inches per mile.
Okay.
Then you go back to the other station, point it back at the one you just were at, measure the drop, it will drop at 8 inches per mile.
See, what do you think of this Merriam-Webster definition then, where it says a horizontal condition, equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude?
That's not the definition.
What?
That's not the definition that surveyors use.
I know, but I mean, it's just a definition within Merriam-Webster.
You know that they
do you not like that?
So you know that they use a different definition.
Yeah, but we're just going in on your example there. You said that water level, like Jesse Kozlowski. I know Jesse says the same thing. I know where you might have heard yours from. It's Jesse Kozlowski, but it's different than Merriam-Webster's. Merriam-Webster says water seeks its own level, and level being equilibrium of it. Does it says it there?
I don't see that. Where in the text? It doesn't say water seeks its own level. I don't see
Yeah,
that
it does.
anywhere.
Brenda, you're going to do this all the time. It's Merriam-Webster again. Maybe one of your paralogisms. I don't know.
Do you not see the words "water seeks its
Can
own level"?
have a look at number
Read
3.
it. Number
It's
3.
posted.
Have a look at number 3, Brenda. I'll read it. It says horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. And then it says water seeks its own level. A horizontal condition, Brenda.
Yeah.
But you say water level. Jesse Kozlowski's told you water drops from the horizontal. But Merriam-Webster doesn't say that. I think Alpha's going to put a complaint into Merriam-Webster. You might be joining him.
Right.
Yeah.
But you have already admitted that surveyors use a different definition
What, of horizontal?
of level.
No, level is horizontal, is what I've always said.
Level
Yeah,
is not
level is
horizontal.
definitely horizontal, Brenda.
isn't. No,
It
it
is. It
isn't,
absolutely is. It's provably horizontal.
No, it isn't. Beatty proved your argument wrong.
Who?
He proved, whatever his name was. What is it? Betty or Beatty? However you
I don't
pronounce
know.
it.
He proved that level isn't horizontal. He proved that surveyors don't use a horizontal whenever they're establishing level.
He showed that your argument was
What?
invalid.
What about all horizontals being parallel?
He showed your argument invalid. It was false.
Even though mathematically and geometrically and logically all horizontals are parallel, you assume Betty has disproved that, and Jesse Kozlowski has disproved that water level is a horizontal condition, as claimed by Merriam-Webster.
All horizontals are not parallel, Bev.
Geometrically they are, and mathematically.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are, Brenda.
No, they aren't.
Yes, they are, Brenda.
No, they're not. Because horizontal is simply defined in relation to some other line, a vertical line.
Geometrically, it is perpendicular to vertical. And I know you don't understand much about geometry, Brenda. I know you know how to say people don't understand geometry, but I think that's a defense of yours.
I wait for you to stop talking.
But your mic's shit, Brenda. I can't help it. You're cutting out and everything. It's really bad.
I wait for you to stop talking, and as soon as I start talking, you talk over me. Please stop doing that.
Cry, Brenda.
So the point is.
What point?
That horizontal is not defined geometrically.
What, you don't think horizontal being defined as a plane parallel to that of the horizon? You don't think plane or parallel is a geometric term, do you know?
It's horizontal in Euclid's elements.
Pardon?
Is horizontal in Euclid's definitions.
No, horizontal is defined. Do you want me to get you? I'll get you the definition of horizontal for you. Because I know you're going to be able to give us some definitions that you're talking about. Absolutely, aren't you, Brenda? Let's have a competition. Who's the quickest? Definitions. Come on, Brenda, I'll go. Boom. Horizontal. At right angles to the vertical, parallel to level ground. Horizontal is parallel to level. How could that be? That means that level has to be horizontal if it's parallel to it. You know what geometrically parallel means, don't you? I mean, parallel, they don't intersect, do they?
Could you quote...
Parallel lines don't intersect, do they? No matter, even if Fight the Flat Earth says it that they do.
Ignore me. So that's from Random House. Could you quote Euclid?
For what? For horizontal or parallel?
Yes. No, horizontal.
Plane.
Horizontal from Euclid.
Why is that? What does that matter, Brenda?
What does Euclid say about
I
horizontal?
don't know. What does Euclid say about ice cream?
What does he say it? What does he say about it?
What does Euclid say about?
Bad
He does
liar,
do
bad-
perpendicular, you know. Have you got any other definitions of horizontal that you want to be using?
want to see
At
Euclid's
right
definition.
angles to the vertical, parallel to level ground.
See Euclid's
Parallel
definition.
to the horizon. That's a good one as well, isn't it? So parallel, horizontal, parallel, horizon. That means the horizon must at least be horizontal, right? You got any others? Brenda, have you got any? Because you said Beddy's disproved this, hasn't he? Somehow. What did he do to disprove that the horizontals are parallel?
He invalidated your argument.
How? It's not really wasn't much of an argument. I was just saying that all horizontals are parallel, geometrically, mathematically, and logically.
They're not.
Go on. What have you got to? Have you got any geometric proof to prove that horizontals aren't parallel?
If you set up a station A, and then another station B, some
A
distance
geometric
away,
station A and geometric station B.
Could you stop interrupting? If you set up a station A and then a station B some distance away, a horizontal at station A will not be parallel to to a horizontal at station B.
Is that geometrically? Or would you class that as scientific proof that horizontals aren't parallel, Brenda, by using two total stations? Would they be scientific instruments?
Well, since horizontal is not found in Euclid, I would say it's a refutation of your claim.
What is?
What I just said.
My claim being that, well, it's just a mathematical and geometric statement that all horizontals are parallel.
That's not a mathematical statement. It's not in Euclid.
Well, it has to be in Euclid for you to be able to use it in mathematics. Does that mean that doesn't mean that you're doing away with spherical geometry, does it?
Show it to me in Euclid.
No way. You getting rid of quantum mechanics as well, because that's not mentioned in Euclid either.
We're not talking about quantum mechanics.
Oh, well, it's not mentioned in Euclid, so I don't think we can use it, can we? Not the way we're doing it.
So horizontal is
is level ever mentioned in Euclid? Does Euclid ever mention the Earth, Brenda? I don't think you can.
You have to interrupt people, don't you?
Yeah, but you can't mention anything that's not in Euclid. It's your rules now, right?
I just want you to quote me where in Euclid he mentions horizontal.
Want to quote you? Or is that just a random question?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is horizontal in Euclid, Brenda?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is horizontal in Euclid?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Wait, when would it be needed for him to mention horizontal in Euclid, Brenda? He does mention vertical angles, right?
And perpendicular.
Yeah, and parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and straight.
Horizontal.
And 2D. And 3D. Perpendicular to a plane. Does all of that sort of stuff. It's really good.
Just show me horizontal in Euclid.
There isn't any horizontal in Euclid.
There you go.
There you go. What, Brenda?
Then you can't use it as a geometric proof.
You can't use horizontals being parallel.
That's right.
Oh, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
You can't use geometric proofs because horizontals isn't mentioned within Euclid.
Because it's not geometry, is it?
Well, it's not mentioned. Have you got any... Is that why you haven't got any geometric proofs for anything, Brenda? Because none of the bullshit you talk about is mentioned in Euclid.
Euclid. Good logic, Brenda.
It's not a geometric proof, is it?
What's not a geometric proof? That all horizontals are parallel. Yeah, it's definitely a geometric proof.
You have to define horizontal then.
A horizontal is a plane in a particular position. Brenda, because that's what horizontal is. It's an orientation.
Position, any orientation.
Horizontal orientation, Brenda. What do you not understand about horizontals?
So let me see if I got this.
Wow,
right.
this is logic night, you know, Brenda.
A horizontal is a horizontal in any orientation. Is that right? Is that your definition?
Absolutely not. That one. Did you just make that one up, or did you imagine that's what I said?
That's literally what you said.
It isn't at all.
Give it another shot.
Okay.
Define horizontal.
A horizontal is a plane parallel to that of the horizon.
To what of the horizon?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
The horizon isn't a plane, it's a line.
It is. It's a plane. Do you know?
It's a line.
What's a line?
The horizon.
Sorry?
Where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's a line.
Yeah, but if you can turn around, it's go all around, it becomes a plane, Brenda.
No, it doesn't. It becomes a circle.
Yes.
If you go all around, it becomes a circle.
It doesn't.
Not a plane.
No.
It becomes a circle.
No, a circle is defined from the center at equidistant every point. You can't do that because you're not measuring a circle. It's a plane parallel to that of the horizon, Brenda.
That would be you turning around. You would be at the center of the circle. So try again.
Always got balls on the mind, eh, Brenda? 2D balls.
I'm speaking about balls. That's your put in there.
Well, do you not imagine that a 2D surface of a sphere, like your mates?
I can tell. We're talking about
2D balls.
The line of the horizon.
You did tell him to come in and talk about your 2D balls, didn't you?
And then
remind me to go back to that one.
And then you turn around. If you turn around, observing a line, what you describe is a circle.
It's a plane. The plane of a circle. A circle is a two-dimensional figure. That would be a plane. 2D, plane, Brenda. You don't understand what a 2D is, do you? I know you get confused.
If you spin around in place, then you are at the center of that circle.
It has to be. Why can it not be a square? How do you make a circle? How do you know all points around you on the horizon are equidistant? You can't know that, Brenda. That's an impossibility. It cannot be a circle.
Why not?
Impossibility.
Why not? You can't prove that.
I can't prove that you can't prove that it isn't a circle.
No, you can't prove that that if you spin, what is it, 360 degrees? If I see a line on the horizon and I spin 360 degrees, what have I described?
A plane!
A plane! A circle. A circle, not a plane. It's a circle.
A circle is a 2D shape, isn't it, Brenda?
Yes, it's a circle.
Yeah, 2D.
So if I have a point...
2D! Definitely couldn't have a surface of a sphere being 2D as well as a circle, could you? Or could you? Who knows? Maybe a paralogism. To imagine that a surface of a sphere could also be 2D, just like a circle. And a square, and a triangle.
You can tell.
Can you name any other 2D shapes, Brenda?
You can tell when Bev is losing because he just wanders off.
Oh yeah, I'm making a brew.
Yeah, he decides to wander off.
Yeah. I'll have a talk to the lads.
Yes, he just gives up and wanders off.
Get thirsty, Brenda.
It seems to
Brenda,
be consistent. As soon
Brenda,
as you
maybe he's just bored because
talking.
you can't accept that a circle sits within a two-dimensional plane. So even if your horizon is describing a circle, you're still in a plane.
So you agree that the horizon is a circle?
No, I didn't say that, did I? I said even if it is a circle.
Does the horizon come closer to me as I turn around?
How far away is your horizon, Brenda?
It depends on how high up I am, doesn't it?
It depends on a lot of things, doesn't it?
Yeah, so if
weather conditions, air density, cloud conditions, depends on a lot of things.
So if I spin in place, the horizon is always good. Is going to be at the
It's
same
not
distance.
guaranteed to be the same distance away from you, is it?
It's obviously a circle because that's what happens when you spin around 360 degrees.
All you know is you have a 360-degree peripheral vision. Well, not peripheral vision. You don't even have 360-degree vision, Brenda. You only have 120-degree vision. So when you spin around, you are actually getting 3 individual segments of your claimed circle. Each one of them. Each one of them.
An infinite number of segments. That's what a circle is. It's an infinite number of lines.
You're gonna get fucked now, Brenda.
Brenda,
By who? By this clown? This guy's an idiot.
Brenda, listen to yourself. Calm down and listen to yourself.
You're an imbecile.
You think you can see 360 degrees around yourself.
When did I say that, liar?
You said you can see 360 degrees around you.
Said that, liar.
It's like an owl.
Explain what you said then, Brenda. Run us through it again.
I said you turn around 360 degrees.
Okay, so you turn around 360 degrees.
Right.
What is your field of view from your eyes?
It doesn't matter. Let's say I just have a tiny little hole in a piece of cardboard.
No, let's go for the widest one we can, Brenda.
No, let's say it's a tiny little hole, and I look through that hole, and I can see the horizon, and then I spin around 360 degrees.
Go wide.
I spin around 360 degrees, right?
Okay. So what? Each one of those is a degree.
Yeah, 360 of them.
360 degrees.
With an infinite number of points in between each degree. That's what a circle is an infinite number of points equidistant from a central point, which is where I'm standing.
Brenda, you don't know how far your horizon is at any of those given points.
No, it's always the same.
Well, how can it always be the same?
That's how it's defined, moron.
Wow, there we go. Ad hominem. Breakdown time.
Already. Here we go.
Brenda sounds angry.
Brenda. Now you're looking at the horizon, aren't you, Brenda? Hello, Brenda. I'm talking to you.
Calming down a bit, DP.
So the horizon is a circle around the central observer.
Brenda.
It's typical.
Brenda, I asked you a question.
You talking over me?
Because I asked you a question and you blatantly ignored it. You blatantly ignored my question, Brenda.
Because you're an imbecile. So shut up.
It's because it's a paralogism. Can't hear it. Can't even see it. Can't recognize it. It'd be blasphemous. Yeah.
I think a circle is a circle, right? Is an infinite number of points, equidistant from a central point.
And you're talking about those points being the horizon, aren't you?
Yes, that's what the horizon is.
And the horizon is defined as being a plane.
No, it isn't.
Horizontal is parallel to the plane
To
of the
plane
horizon.
of the horizon.
Not what the horizon is defined as. The horizon is simply the apparent.
No, it's what
meeting place.
horizontals are defined as, Brenda.
Being in a plane parallel to the horizon.
Monkey Buck said it was a horizon, not horizontal.
Maybe I misspoke, Brenda. Maybe I just wanted to wind you up a little bit.
Well, I know that's all.
See if I could get you as like a fish on a hook.
Your life is so pathetic.
Yeah, Brenda, keep going. Keep going.
I've got this one here. This is from Math Open Reference, Brenda, and it says it starts off by defining a horizontal line, because I think this is what you said. You said the horizon was a line rather than being a plane.
Mm-hmm.
A straight line, right? Horizontal straight line.
This is exactly how you defined the horizon, Brenda.
This is exactly how the Dawn came around, Brenda. It's one of the most troubling things. I think even the flat earthers can't handle this. Every time you turn, you see a straight line. Now, how many straight lines do you need to see, Brenda, before you make a circle?
Absolutely no respect for anybody else, do you? You just keep talking over people.
How many straight lines does it take to make a circle, Brenda?
Horizontal line.
How many straight lines? How many straight horizontal lines does it take to make a circle, Brenda?
On the floor, and then you pick it up and you put it on the wall. Is it still horizontal?
How many straight horizontal lines does it take, Brenda, to make a circle?
That definition says a horizontal is left to right on a piece of paper. So if I take a piece of paper and put it on the floor, is it horizontal?
What orientation's your floor?
It doesn't matter.
You seriously can't be talking about a line on a piece of paper.
That's literally what the definition says.
Well, yeah, but it does say underneath, I don't know whether you read that far enough. It says, in geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon in the sense that all horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. Just a few of them then.
It doesn't say all. And besides, it does
say here the horizon is horizontal. Can you see that? The horizon is horizontal. Is that an upsetting thing for you to hear from a Maths Open Reference, Brenda?
Obviously it is.
Yes, can't keep.
Because she is just.
It's got an awful mic as well, hasn't it? Yeah, it's going. It's overdone it too much.
Blowing the mic away, Brenda.
Yeah, the horizon is horizontal. Just the way a horizontal goes left to right across the page, the horizon would go left to right or right to left across the sky, right?
And as Brenda said, that horizontal being a line.
Mm-hmm. The quality of being parallel to the horizon. That's horizontality. That's a nice word.
Right. You still haven't defined horizontal.
Who hasn't? The dictionaries have well defined it.
Which one?
Which one? Which dictionary? Which one do you want to? Which one do you use? Which ones do the surveyors use for the definition of horizontal? Can you give us the surveyor's definition for horizontal? What does Jesse Kozlowski tell you to do? Brenda?
It's a line perpendicular to...
Has McToons got a site for horizontals? Does he has McToons / horizontal? Does he? What does it say? Go on, have a quick look.
That'd be mctoons.net/horizontal.
Yeah. You must have loads on that, Brenda. Does he have anything about how many straight lines it takes to make a circle?
Have you missed a perfect opportunity to plug the website now?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I always keep forgetting about it on the level.live.
We've got all that on the level.live. Got all the definitions, everything, resource material.
Yeah. Loads of definitions on there, Brenda.
Just pop yourself over there and have a look, Brenda.
How many straight lines would you estimate it takes to make a circle, Brenda?
Beth, stop messing with my volume.
What? You do realise this is live right now, Brenda, right?
Stop messing with my volume, Beth.
You do realise this is live right now and everyone can see that I've not been touching your fucking volume.
Time for an out.
Yeah.
They can't hear me.
Time for an out.
How can...
Stop messing with my volume.
Wow.
How does that fuck with my volume in Discord, Brenda? Stupid. Ooh, fucking hell.
Need it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brenda needed an out. That's what happens with paralogists.
Yeah.
Right? They need to get an out at some point. Alpha begged out. Yeah, this was brilliant today.
Yeah.
Its volume was going in my headphones as well, so you know.
Clipping, right?
Badly.
Totally
overpowered. Yeah, overpowered their own mic.
She knew exactly what she was doing. Come on.
Yeah.
If the audience doesn't get it by now, then okay, maybe they need to go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like this has been proven over and over again.
Yeah, perfect example of paralogisms, right? And the blindness to them.
Oh, it's been beautiful. You couldn't have asked for better guests to come in on this topic.
Yeah.
And the discussions we've had tonight. It's been totally perfect.
Yeah, he even got the geometry parts into it and some but don't know, is logic is it easier to be taught how good logic is by when you see like complete illogic? Right? Does that prove the importance of logic and the ease of communication? Because I don't know. It's frustrating.
It is frustrating. I would hope so, but I'll tell you, the conversation with Alpha that we had, he knew what was going. In his heart of hearts, he's going to walk away tonight going, yeah, that something in my brain is fucked up now.
Yeah, I don't think I'll go back there.
Yeah, it was pretty
Brenda
clear.
will be back though.
Brenda has to defend it, right? Brenda brought us paraconsistent logic. Then we found diletheism through the logos chain or whatever you do. And that led us to paralogisms, which is a full circle all the way back round on itself. And Brenda didn't even recognize the paralogisms. It's as though it blinded himself to whatever's going on. It's crazy.
Yeah, Brenda will be back, always be back around, always. As I've said before, I think for a lot of people, it's in this arena anyway, not the whole logic and that kind of stuff that we talk about outside of the shape of the fucking earth debate. But I think it's always a way to reinforce their model. It's always a way to reinforce their model affliction to come here.
Well, we did this ages ago. The 2D, 3D was one of the best things. And that argument is completely derived from the model. That at no point would anyone ever imagine to say that a circle is a two-dimensional shape, but the surface of a sphere is also 2D. I mean, that's ridiculous, right?
It's crazy.
Yeah. And if that isn't a paralogism, right, a definitional shift, because they can then talk about a surface of a sphere as being 2D and the surface of a circle as being 2D. There's no difference to them, which then allows this model, the geometric model, to be portrayed either or. Like, they can use reality, geometric, Euclidean definition, or this other one that doesn't comport to any other reality fact. Other than on the globe model, it says that doesn't comport to reality at all. Crazy. And again, it's just the model that derives this. Coming from a geometric standpoint, how can you get around all horizontals being parallel? It's one of the biggest paralogisms I've ever heard of, is the globe model. People have to defend it. It's a shame that the best they've got is people like Brenda.
And don't forget her 2D circle. Her. Why do I keep calling it her? It's 2D circle that it claims to be the horizon that sits within a plane.
Yeah, that's all we were saying. Parallel to.
Mm. Yeah.
It's a very clever non-argument that moves you away from the actual argument. Brenda's still saying circle, still saying a plane, and all the horizontals would be parallel to that plane.
And it wanted 360 degrees, single point degrees, in its horizon. Now each one of those points shares... it is on the same line, so it's got to be a straight line.
Mm-hmm. Crazy times. Good logic night, though.
That was a blast from the past. That
really good,
Brenda.
Yeah,
really good logic night.
Yeah, I thought you were going to bring back your straight lines and straight line circle, because that's genius.
Yeah, well, she wanted to put it into, 3 segments. Each one shares 320 degree field of vision. Each one is a straight line.
Yeah,
Got to be
3
a straight line.
lines. Yeah,
but
circle.
It just wanted to break it down to 360 degrees of those straight lines. So in actual fact, Brenda made it worse for her itself, really, because breaking it down into smaller segments gives you more segments which each share a segment with the segment either side of them.
Shared straight line segments.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what we missed out. How many shared straight line segments does it take to make a circle? Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a tough one, right? We might have to put that down. Let me write that down on the board.
Hey, Bev, before we get to tomorrow in the trivium night, is there any other words that you planned on covering? We got through paralogism, really good examples of paralogism today. Talked about sophists and sophistry, and we touched on dialetheism. Didn't really get too much into that. Was there any other ones that Kat wanted us to go through?
Well, yeah, the model affliction, but I think that's one that can be expanded upon. I don't know, all of these, most of these words are coming to us. They're being given to us, right? Or I've had an idea for quite a while that there are certain circumstances or whatever that there should be words for but they're not. They're lost words. I think we're going to end up finding a lot of this, because I think somebody was saying, I don't know, it might have been Kat yet again, saying it would be good to have a psychologist come in and talk to us, because it would probably be able to give us a lot more words to be able to link all of these things that we're noticing that we don't necessarily have the words for. It's just an idea to keep everybody up to date with that as they come around, right? Because we do talk a lot about these things in Next Level Discord, and not live. So I think he just wanted us to keep everybody up to date with all of the stuff that we talk about, because I guess you keep away for a week or so and there's new words and new things that need to be explained all of the time. So I would encourage anybody, if there is something we talk about that you don't quite get a grip on, try and let us know, and we'll try and go over it, and we'll explain and talk about them as we understand these words, because they're a lot new. And as you've seen with the organon and all of that, when these words come back to us, we do need to have a discussion so we can be clear about what it is that we are talking about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know any other things that we need to go over. I mean, I probably paralogism still hasn't sunk in, because I know now people will have their own ideas. I know I do. I've developed what I consider a paralogism to be, but that's only in my understanding.
Yeah, I think we'll go. It's going to be like we talked about with the idea of predication and some of the other stuff. We're always going to be going background to it. I don't think paralogism's any different. We're gonna keep going back to it. It's because it's really easy to get mixed up with like SE was saying a little bit earlier, between paralogism and sophistry. It can be a fine line for some people.
Or telling the difference between the two is hard work. I mean,
Yeah.
I did hear somebody banding around they calling people liars. Well, is it a lie if you've got a paralogism and you believe it to be a truth, but it's a fallacy? Holding it as a belief is okay, but I mean, the moment you start teaching that, you should be, I think, up to question.
Definitely.
And that's the point that you should do. You can think whatever you want, but the moment you start talking about it, you should be able to defend it and discuss it.
Absolutely. Which is, in my mind, the difference between the kind of faith that a lot of us, well, some of us in this Discord have. If you're a Christian, and I know Rucky is, I know there are others, there's a difference between that kind of faith and what some of the people that come in here have. Because I don't mind, I taught the Bible and theology and concepts in the Bible for years. I don't have a problem with anyone questioning anything, even if it's difficult questioning, hard questioning. Welcome it, welcome the conversation, but not so with a lot of people on the Tis Globe side. Don't want to have those uncomfortable conversations. So what does it say about their faith? I don't even know if it's faith. Really? Yeah, it has to be, I guess. I'll have to think on that for a while. It's crazy faith, crazy deification of something that they don't even understand. They can't possibly understand.
Yeah. It's a good night. It's a good night. Yeah, I think that's about it for tonight, eh? Anyone got any final words? Or we could just do it for a Buster. Anyone? Any recommendations for Buster?
Last word is show up. Come on by tomorrow. Raven will be around.
Oh, yeah,
tomorrow
yeah. I forgot about that.
for Trivium night. Yeah, we're going to go over chapter 5. We're going to delve into chapter 5 of categories in the organon. This is kind of the meat, really, of it. And then I think we'll talk about maybe moving on to something a little bit different and coming back to the organon later and, you know, doing a bit of different stuff on the Trivium nights. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be good. Hopefully folks that are typically involved, like John and others, be nice to see some other people come in and have conversation about, you know, ask away. There really is no stupid questions when it comes to that stuff for us. Come on in and ask your question. None of them are stupid. Tomorrow.
Yeah, this is discussion day tomorrow. So, yeah.
Yep.
In the Discord is the best place. But if you can't be in Discord, be with us on the YouTube.
Yeah, we'll try to watch out for the YouTube chats among the troll comments. But, yeah, it'd be great if more people came into the... Come on into the Discord. The water's warm. Come on in.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to leave you out with Buster, like Kevin said. Join Kevin and Raven tomorrow. Trivium discussion day. And we'll see how all of the stuff that we've been done so far maybe apply into the Trivium. We may start making a little step in towards the Trivium tomorrow. Join us, Buster.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.